Good evening. We're getting ready to start the FinCom hearing. So I'm going to open the FinCom hearing, and I need a motion to open the hearing.
So moved.
Okay, just speaking to the mic. Okay, Lois moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, good. Excellent. So we're going to open the meeting. Good evening. My name is Chris Reynolds, and I'm the chair of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee will hold 3 public hearings this month to review articles on the annual town meeting warrant that have or may have a financial impact on the town. The dates of the Finance Committee hearings are today, March 3rd, next Thursday, March 10th, and the following Thursday, St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. All hearings will start at 7 p.m. and occur over Zoom and in the public hearing room in the townhouse. You may also access the hearings on the Minuteman Media section of the Concord website. Copies of hearing presentation materials and agendas will be posted and available on the 2022 annual town meeting section of the town's website, along with copies of the recordings of each hearing. Tonight, the town will present its proposed operating and capital budgets, as well as other town-related articles, including a proposal to acquire land at the Assabet River Bluff area. We will hear from the Community Preservation Committee and from 2 citizen petitioners about the reformatory branch trail. On March 10th, the Finance Committee will hear from the local schools, and on March 17th, the Finance Committee will hear from the town's enterprise units, including the Beatty Center, PEG access channels, the light plant, and water and sewer. Article presentations will be made from the podium. Following each presentation, I will open it up to questions, first from the Finance Committee, then from the participants in the meeting room, and then from Zoom. As with all public hearings, we expect a civil dialogue. The purpose of the public hearing is for sponsors to hear from the public on the article being presented. We ask members of the public to limit their comments to 1 minute. If you are in the public hearing room, please stand and line up at each microphone. If you are on Zoom, please.
Emerson is there.
Sorry. Please either raise your hand in front of your camera or select the raise hand function in Zoom. Immediately after the close of each Finance Committee hearing, the committee will meet in regular session to consider and vote committee positions on warrant articles. These are open to the public. So thank you for your attention. Are there any questions on that? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to start with Article 3, which is me. Let me just slides are up. Article 3 asks that once again the town adopt a meeting procedure at annual town meeting. Next slide. The meeting procedure used since 1992 is intended to prevent the town from exceeding Prop 2.5 by limiting the impact of article amount increases. The procedure requires, I should ask, next slide, sorry. The procedure requires increases to budget appropriation articles to specify the amount of the increase and the source of funding. Sources include reduction of other budgets, additional property tax, or Prop 2.5 or other available funds, such as free cash. Next slide. As noted on the slide, funding sources for budget appropriations cannot be debt appropriations or vice versa. Next slide. The procedure requires increases to debt authorizations to specify the amount of the increase and the source of funding. Sources include reduction in other borrowings or Prop 2.5 excluded debt. Next slide. I ask for your continued support of this fiscally prudent meeting procedure. Thank you. Are there any questions on the presentation on Article 3?
Madam Chair, we've got 37 people on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Are there any questions? Okay,
Seeing none on Zoom.
okay. We're going to try and fix that echo. Okay. All right, now we go to Article 7, and Carrie LaFleur, the interim town manager, is going to present.
Good evening. I'm Carrie LaFleur, interim town manager, and presenting Article 7, use of free cash. This article seeks town meeting authorization to transfer $1 million from free cash for the purpose of reducing the tax rate. Free cash is the town's undesignated fund balance. It is generated when actual revenue collections exceed estimates and or when actual expenditures are less than appropriations. Free cash is certified each year by the Department of Revenue. It is available for appropriation after certification at any regular or special time. Each year by the Department of Revenue. It is available. We're good. Next slide. The town has an adopted financial policy which states that free cash should be maintained at a level of 5 to 10% of the general fund budget, that it should only be used to provide property tax relief, that it should only be used to the extent that it can be replenished in the following year, and that if it rises above 10%, as it has in many of the last years, that the town shall consider using the excess for capital items or to deposit it into a general stabilization fund. This chart shows the amount of free cash certified for the last 10 fiscal years. While our fiscal 21 free cash is estimated to be higher than fiscal 20, it is still significantly lower than it has been for most of the years of this past decade, due to the regular use to reduce the property tax, as well as targeted use to advance community initiatives. The town's estimated free cash as of June 30, 2021 is $7,695,461, which is well below the policy maximum of $11.9 million. And I should mention that actually earlier today, free cash was certified at the number that is shown on this slide. This slide also shows what our free cash will be, assuming that all free cash appropriations being sought at the 2022 annual town meeting are approved. If all are approved, the town's free cash will be reduced to $5,695,761, or 4.78%. This is below the stated policy requirements, however, not likely to be cause for concern with our rating agency, as the town's bond rating takes into account all reserves, both restricted, which are stabilization funds and trust funds, and unrestricted, which is free cash. If another source of funding is made available for Article 24, the appropriation for affordable housing, then the estimated balance of free cash will increase to $6.19 million, or 5.19%, which would be within the policy requirements. And again, this article seeks town meeting appropriation to transfer $1 million from free cash to reduce property taxes.
Are there any questions from the Finance Committee on Article 7?
We apologize for the delay in answering your.
Madam Chair, we've got 44 people on Zoom, and this is a gentle reminder to those in the public hearing room to turn your speakers off if you're using your laptop, and those at home to mute yourself unless you want to be recognized by the chair.
Okay, are there any questions, Chris, from
I'm seeing none.
Okay. Are there any questions in the hearing room with respect to Article 7? Okay, and there's no questions on Zoom?
No.
Then okay, we'll move to Article 8.
Article 8 is fiscal 22 budget line item adjustments. At this time, there is no motion anticipated, but I did want to take a few minutes to run through some information about how this would work if a motion ends up being presented at town meeting, which may be likely as we get closer to town meeting. So if a motion were to be presented under this article, it would be to make an adjustment to Article 10 of the 2021 annual town meeting, which is the fiscal 21 budget. The motion would state that the total of the adjustment, and would note that this would only transfer funds between lines, keeping the bottom line total the same as what was originally appropriated. And again, while at present there is no motion anticipated, we are still actively estimating year-end expenditures and may find a need to transfer funds between line items between now and annual town meeting. I will note, however, that the town's legal expenses are running below budget at 49.7% through the end of January, and I do not expect that any transfer that might be anticipated would involve legal expense. So before moving along to the next article, again, I'd like to take a few moments to explain why a budget line item transfer may be necessary in any given fiscal year. Unlike other operating budgets, the school and enterprise funds, the town's budget is appropriated by town meeting in 16 distinct line items. Lines 1 through 10 appropriate what is commonly referred to as the guidelines budget, and lines 11 through 16 appropriate what are referred to as fixed costs, or costs that are shared between the town of Concord and Concord Public Schools. Once appropriated, the town manager must then manage the bottom line of each line item versus the bottom line of the total appropriation, as is the case with the school budget and the enterprise budgets. Adjustments to the town budget are then only allowed under two circumstances: either by further town meeting action, as would be requested under this article if it is moved, or at the end of the year under the authority provided in Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33B. These remedies are listed in the legally preferred order, meaning that if there's an opportunity to take up a budget adjustment at town meeting, that is the preferred method. Next slide. Budgets are prepared well in advance of the fiscal year, and often circumstances change and priorities shift, resulting in inadequate funding within appropriate lines. In this slide, we would propose the adjustments, the source of the transfers, and then why both the adjustments are needed and why the budget appropriation is expected to be available at year end. Next slide. Next, we would note the budgetary and financial results of the requested transfer if not approved. In this case, the town's only other remedy would be to seek a year-end adjustment, again under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33B. Transfers under this section of state law are allowed between the period of May 1 and July 15 with the approval of the Select Board and the Finance Committee. And finally, if for some reason both remedies were to fail, the results would be a deficit which would not be allowed under state law and then would need to be raised the following year. So again, this is just walking through this tonight in case there are any questions about the process should this come up, the need for this come up at annual town meeting.
Okay, any questions from FinCom on?
I do, Chris.
Oh, please, Mary.
Great, thanks, Chris. Carrie, thanks for that explanation. It's a complicated thing, but I have a question. If you don't anticipate an article at this town meeting, does that mean that we don't expect any of the line items in the budget to be overspent?
That's correct.
Really? Wow. So we must have budgeted right last year.
I'm not sure how to take that since I did the other 4 years of budgets as well.
Any other questions from FinCom? Nope. Any questions in the townhouse? Any questions on Zoom?
We've got 44 participants, and I don't see any hands.
Okay, so we can go then to Article 9.
Article 9 is the fiscal 2023 town budget. Slides coming up now. Article 9 requests that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $51,005,334 for the operation of town departments and joint accounts for fiscal 23. While this request exceeds the Finance Committee's guideline, the delta between the request and the guideline will be funded through reappropriation of existing budget and capital funding article. Due to the length of the motion, a handout will be prepared in advance of town meeting for reference. Next slide. Again, unlike other operating budgets, the town budget is appropriated in the 16 distinct lines, and I won't repeat what I just said a moment ago because I'm sure you remember that. So we'll skip to slide 3. This slide shows a summary of the line item appropriations on the left side and a summary of the various funding sources supporting the appropriations on the right side. As you can see, there are a variety of funding sources used to support the town's operating budget, including property tax, local receipts, and transfers from enterprise and other special revenue funds. Next slide. The town's budget process is a lengthy one, beginning in early fall and concluding in late February in time for the May town meeting. The fiscal 23 budget process began in earnest in October, and through a series of internal meetings with department managers and then meetings with both the Finance Committee and the Select Board has resulted in the recommended budget being presented this evening. This slide highlights key budget dates, including the various Finance Committee meeting hearings. Please note that the fiscal 23 budget document is available on the town's website under Important Documents, and then there's a tab for budgets. Next slide. Historically, the Finance Committee's guideline process has included review of both the operating and Tier 1 capital expenditures. For reference, Tier 1 capital refers to the vehicle and equipment purchases of up to $250,000. As you can see in this slide, the fiscal 23 guideline provided for an overall increase of 3.56%, resulting in a budget increase of $1,042,152. Of this amount, $642,152 was allocated to operating and $400,000 allocated to Tier 1 capital. While we worked diligently in an attempt to meet this guideline, it was not possible to do so while maintaining current service levels. We are, however, able to bridge the gap by proposing to carry forward $600,000 in unspent fiscal 22 budget appropriation and transferring and reallocating $309,700 from an older capital article. By taking these steps, we are able to both maintain current service levels and keep the new money request at the Finance Committee's fiscal 23 guideline. The $600,000 unspent fiscal 22 budget appropriation is once again available due to position vacancies, reductions in programming, and limited building and office hours, all a result of the pandemic. Use of this carry forward will impact the following year's free cash certification, but it also keeps the property tax increase at a reasonably affordable approximate 3%, and maintain service levels as we await the rebounding of our local receipts. Next slide. Before we review the fiscal 23 budget recommendation further, it's important to make a quick review of the town's budget during the course of the pandemic. This slide reviews the total budget over the 3 pandemic years, or the 3 fiscal years affected by the pandemic. In fiscal 20, the town's budget did increase significantly by 7.37%. This was the year that we added 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week ambulance coverage at the West Concord Fire Station. That was an increase of 4 headcount in the fire station. We also added the sustainability director, the middle school resource officer, and grew our facilities department to include both an electrician and HVAC technician. Given the very large increase in the fiscal 20 budget, the fiscal 21 guideline for the town was a modest increase of 1.46%, and rightly so. However, after the fiscal 21 guideline process was concluded in November of 2019, the pandemic took hold and everything changed. In early spring 2020, the Finance Committee took another look at the original fiscal 21 guideline and revised it based upon updated revenue projections. The result was a decrease in the budget to the town of approximately $680,000 over fiscal 20, or a decrease of $1.1 million over the original fiscal 21 guideline. Noting that the pandemic was temporary, the Finance Committee encouraged the town to maintain service levels and instead cut Tier 1 capital spending. This, in addition to limited salary increases for non-union employees, is how the budget was balanced, but it was not without repercussions. Limited capital spending caused the town to fall below its policy guidelines, and limited salary increases caused employee salaries to fall behind market, making it difficult to attract and retain our quality employees. As a result, the lion's share of the fiscal 22 budget increase was put toward salaries, and capital spending was cut further. As we look forward to financing the middle school building project, it is increasingly important that the town adhere to its stated financial policies so that we retain our AAA credit rating. Next slide. We began our fiscal 23 budget process by identifying 4 strategic issues: compensation and benefits, infrastructure, governance, and welcoming community initiatives, each of which is further defined in this slide. And our entire budget process was built around addressing these issues. Next slide. We then identified the costs associated with these strategic issues as shown on this slide. Approximately 46% of the budget increase will go toward wage adjustments to more closely align salaries to market and to increase our ability to both retain existing employees and attract qualified candidates for vacant positions. About 34% of the budget increase will be dedicated to increasing our Tier 1 capital spending, allowing us to properly maintain assets and meet our policy objectives. Another 11% will be spent on addressing the remaining strategic issues, with spending to enhance support to boards and committees, advance DEI initiatives, and provide funding to enhance transportation, including funding a part-time transportation planner and our affordable housing initiatives. The remaining 9% will fund increased utility costs and to continue the very popular cardboard recycling program, which was originally provided to the town at no cost as a part of our solid waste contract, but in fiscal 23 will cost the town approximately $80,000. Next slide. The balance of the proposed increase is in joint accounts, which are those accounts that are shared between the town and school department, such as insurance, debt service, and retirement expenditures. These items totaling $21,154,912, or approximately 41.5% of the town's budget, are summarized here on slide 9. and will be reviewed in a bit more detail in the remaining portion of this presentation. The largest expense in our fixed cost category is for group insurance, which consists of the employer's share of health, dental, and life insurance benefits provided to both town and CPS employees. The town offers 4 health insurance plans through a group insurance cooperative of approximately 15 other municipalities. The fiscal year renewals on these plans range from 7.5% to 11.5%. Approximately 2/3 of eligible town employees and about 60% of eligible school employees are enrolled in town-provided health insurance plans. Of those, about 1/3 are enrolled in high-deductible plans, which carry an approximate 20% decrement in premium costs. Since first offering high-deductible plans in fiscal 20, the town has made great efforts to educate employees of all of the benefits these types of plans offer to most employees. The town of Concord is the single largest member of the Concord retirement system, an independent entity administering retirement benefits to town, school, and housing authority employees. Each year, the town pays an annual assessment to the retirement system based upon the actuarial valuation of system assets and benefits owed. The town funds its annual assessment from 2 sources: an annual budget appropriation and a transfer from the pension reserve account, which is an account that was established in the 1990s to help smooth the budgetary impact to an increasing retirement assessment. The town is nearing the end of its funding schedule, and as a result has been able to increase the amount transferred from the pension reserve account, resulting in a reduction to the amount of new money needed to fund the assessment in the general fund. The town's funding plan fully amortizes the pension's unfunded liability as of fiscal 30. As of January 1st, 2021, that system valuation, the pension system, is 94.5% funded, making it among the highest funded pension systems in the Commonwealth. The second largest expense in the fixed cost category is for debt service. This category includes the annual debt service payments associated with both within levy and excluded projects. In total, the town's fiscal 23 debt service expense is projected to be $10.9 million, or about the same as it was in fiscal 22, though there is a slight decrease in the excluded debt and a slight increase in the within levy debt. Next slide. Slide 13 shows all existing exempt debt through full repayment. And then next slide. Slide 14 shows all existing exempt debt plus the impact of the middle school project. And again, the budget request includes the level of funding needed to support existing services and to begin addressing the identified strategic issues of welcoming community initiatives, employee compensation and benefits, and to provide adequate funding to replace equipment and vehicles.
Thank you, Carrie, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions to start out. So in the finance area, as well as in public safety, the amounts in the budget for FY23 are significantly lower than the prior years. I was just curious if you could speak to that.
So in public safety, the issue is in the police department. In the police department in the current fiscal year, we had that $400,000 for the parking meter receipts. I'm not sure if you recall the discussion when we were putting that budget together. Sorry, I like to look at people when I'm talking, but I don't think that's possible, so I'll stay with the microphone. Right. So because of the pandemic, our parking meter receipts were almost nothing. because for a long time, the parking meters were shut off, but we did still have expenses, that contractual expenses related to that, and specifically with the meter maintenance. And so because we did not have the receipts in that fund, we opted to fold that program into the general fund budget for 1 year with the intent of using some ARPA funds if they were needed to support that expense. So then in fiscal '23, we expect the parking meter fund to be being able to fund its own expenses, and so we're backing that out.
Okay, thank you.
And then in finance, I'm not sure what the difference is off the top of my head, the dollar difference, but we have had some turnover. For instance, our chief assessor left, and I'm sure when we budgeted that position, we budgeted it at a lower point in the range because the assessor was at the top.
Yeah, it's in the finance admin category, so it was, I was just looking back at 2021, and it was 620, and now for 23, we're at 555. It was lower in 22, but it just seems like a big drop from what we had in 2021.
I don't know, I see John Harris over there looking diligently through.
Okay.
He probably just backed my salary out of finance administration.
That could be. Okay, well, maybe he can.
Yeah, we'll let John.
Can you speak to it, John, or you want to go look it up?
Yes, my name is John Harris. I'm the Budget and Purchasing Director. In the Finance Administration, there's been a movement of one person that was in the Finance Administration that has moved into the Human Resources Department.
Great, thank you. I think that was all that I had. I guess I was interested in your comments on legal expenses because I was going to ask you that, right? So that's been one where you've had continuing requests for more money. And so it sounds as if you're tracking okay, if not better than budget, in legal expenses so far.
We are tracking better than budget.
Okay, great. That's it for me. Then Dee?
Thank you. Carrie, I have two quick questions for you. The first one is on page 11 under General Government. And I'm wondering, it has here town meeting and reports, and the amount of money it is $117,000, almost $118,000. And I'm wondering, does that amount also cover if we have a special town meeting? And can you give us further information about what it does cost to put on town meeting or a special town meeting?
So I'm not sure. I know Chris Carmody is serving as the Zoom administrator. He is also our town meeting coordinator and probably has more information at his fingertips on the cost of annual town meeting. So that is where we would charge any expenses related to town meeting, whether it was annual or special.
Okay.
We are not necessarily budgeting for a special town meeting, and the bulk of that budget is for annual town meeting.
For a special town meeting.
I'm kind of curious because the difference between the appropriation last year and this year is not very great.
Right.
And we did have a special town meeting this year, so I'm just kind of curious about the costs on that.
So if you went back and looked 5 years or longer, you would see that that budget is pretty consistent. And so before the pandemic, we would have annual town meeting that might last for 4 days.
Right.
And now we're doing it in a day. So that may be higher than what is needed because we do rent a lot of equipment.
Yes.
And chairs and things for town meeting, and we have to do that. When we have it for 4 days, we have those costs for 4 days. So I'm not concerned that in fiscal '23, we wouldn't be able to fund the cost of a special town meeting if we were to have one.
Okay.
But we're not necessarily planning for that in fiscal '23.
Good.
Chris is here, maybe he has more to add.
Sorry, so I'm jumping around a little bit, but we budget annually for an annual town meeting with a little bit of cushion for a special town meeting. It's difficult to predict whether we'll have a special town meeting. This year it was a little bit easier because we knew the middle school building calendar. So the budget is really split between annual town meeting and then reports. So that's the FinCom report. And we are also seeing a little bit of an increase in costs for additional materials. So whether it's producing a booklet at annual town meeting, or if there are other materials that are associated with it. So we're seeing a little bit of an increase in production costs.
Okay, thank you. My other quick question is on page 13, and it's number 11 in the item column, and it's called Land Fund. Could you explain what the Land Fund is?
Sure. So we like to call lots of things funds here, but it's an appropriation, an annual appropriation. And the purpose of that is really to fund any due diligence costs if the town is considering any land acquisitions. So we might have to do a survey, we might have to do a phase 1 environmental assessment or something like that. So we do budget a little bit of money each year for that purpose. We actually do have a land fund, and any remaining balance in that appropriation would be transferred into the land fund. But and that's an older fund. There is a bylaw that's associated with that, and the purpose of that really was better served at the time when it was created.
Thank you.
Anybody else down this end on FinCom want a question? Anybody here? Dean?
I'm going to go back to your preamble, which had to do with meeting the guideline and how we're, achieving the budget balancing act. The $600,000 that we're pulling forward, which will not fall to free cash in next fiscal year's certification of free cash. Obviously, if that were to fall to free cash, we would be over our 5%, and based on your numbers, we're slightly below 4.68 or whatever the number was that you displayed. Is there an opportunity for us to generate a little bit more of a balance between, now and when the budget closes, so that we can arrive at the 5% level? Is there any opportunity for that to occur, even though we're pulling that $600,000 into the next budget?
Sure. So once we get into January, at least on a monthly basis, we are updating our estimates to fiscal year end.
Yeah.
And I'm still awaiting the most recent update, but we would expect to close more than that $600,000. I'm not sure, but I would hope at least a couple $100,000 extra. But I don't, because I haven't seen the most recent projection to year end. I couldn't tell you exactly what we're expecting it to be, as of the end of last month.
Yep. Okay. All right. So,
Mary?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I also have a question about the $600,000, and apparently that's enabled by temporary legislation.
No, and this is confusing. So we had, the first year that we did this,
Yeah.
we had town meeting after the close of fiscal year.
Okay.
And so there was special legislation that allowed this action after the close of fiscal year. But there is in that legislation 44, section 33B,
Yep.
which is the year-end transfers. There's two parts to it. The first is the year-end transfers, and the second is authorization to allow, before the close of the year, the transfer from one fiscal year to the other.
So we can use this any year?
We can use this any year,
Okay.
and we have used it to get us through the pandemic, and I am hoping that fiscal 23 is the last year that we are going to use it, and we should be in much better position in fiscal 24 because our tier 1 capital is much closer to where it should be and where it was before the pandemic, so there won't be such a big jump to get there in fiscal 24.
Okay, I have one more question. Can you tell us what the incremental head count is exactly in this budget? I know that you mentioned a part-time transportation planner, but I think there are other incremental positions as well.
The, honestly, and John, I see John looking again, I believe the incremental headcount is only that 0.5.
I thought I read that there was 2 positions at the library.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And a
Yes.
senior clerk in the town clerk's office.
The senior clerk is a budgeted position.
Is it? So it's not incremental?
It's not incremental, but yes, I'm sorry, the library. Well, the library actually, it depends how you look at it, and I hate when you say that. So those positions in the library were on the books. They were budgeted in fiscal 21, but they were carried in 22, but they were not funded.
You mean they weren't hired?
They weren't hired, but they weren't even funded. We weren't intending to
Okay.
hire those positions that year. So these are positions that are needed as a result of the expansion. And
I'd just like to note that when the town was asked to give money to help with that expansion, the question was asked as far as what incremental headcount was expected, and at that time, I think it was 1 person. So, just wanted to, and I guess it's 2 now, if that's.
yeah, I don't disagree. It is the increase is higher than what was originally anticipated. Okay. So, John, are you seeing anything different than? Yes, you are. Okay.
If you go to the next question, and I'll show you the point where this budget is
Okay, does anyone else have questions on FinCom for
Yes, I do.
Sure. Don?
Yeah, Carrie, budget, the challenge, of course, is seeing the future, and the price of energy is rising rapidly right now. Do you have a sense of what kind of a hole that might create if heating and cooling and the fuel for the police department and the fire department vehicles, et cetera?
So let's see, on, so on slide 8 of the presentation, and I know you don't have the presentation in front of you, we were projecting the increased utility costs at about $164,000, and that includes diesel fuel, which we projected at 17.2% increase, electricity at 12.1% increase. Solid waste is the big increase because we're going from one 10-year contract to another, and we have that $80,000 cost for cardboard recycling, which we didn't have cardboard recycling there as the last one. Okay. So those are the estimated increases by category, and again totaling about $164,000. Now we are starting to switch over our fleet, particularly in the police department, to electric vehicles, so we do expect to have a decrease in gasoline costs over time. Great. So that will be helpful to the budget.
Great, thank you.
Looks like John has an answer.
I do. John Harris, Budget and Purchasing Director. For FY23, there are actually a total of 7.55 FTE increases, but that is coming from several departments, and I'll explain those.
John, can you say which page you are on?
Yes, in the budget book,
Yep.
It's page 36, so it's the town manager's proposed budget for people online. There is a 8.88 FTE in parks and playgrounds to better maintain the parks and playground facilities that we have. There is a 0.92 increase in the town clerk's office, and that is to fund a position or partially fund a position that will help out with the support for committees and posting of agendas. There is a 0.5 FTE in planning, and that's the transportation planning position that Carrie talked about. There is a 2.1 FTE in the library, and as you know, the library just has opened up its new facilities, and so there is two positions. One is a teen librarian, and one is a makerspace librarian to help out with that new facility. There is a 0.15 increase in the fire department, and that's to better have support staff, clerical staff for their services. And there's a 0.92% increase in parks and trees, and that is to maintain that department. So the total increase in FY23 is 7.55.
Do you have any other questions, Mary, on that?
Nope.
That's a good question. I don't remember us talking about that one before.
No.
That was a good item. Okay, great. Any other questions in the townhouse?
Your presentation doesn't mention anything about the $5.6 million of ARPA funding that we have. What budgetary impacts do you anticipate from that money on FY22, FY23, and years after?
So I think, obviously because of the timing, none of that was contemplated when the fiscal 23 budget was put together. For the benefit of the audience, the select board has had multiple conversations about the use of ARPA funds, and which the town will be receiving $5.6 million. And these funds need to be committed by December 31st, 2024, and fully expended by 2026. And so the thought process, or the thought is that these funds would be split or considered equally over the 4-year period here, and that to the greatest extent possible, that projects or purchases being contemplated under ARPA would be brought into public discussions in the budget process and potentially to town meeting. Because we're in fiscal 22 and we're already talking about 23, and the warrant had already been set for the 2022 annual town meeting, it's difficult to bring all of this through the town meeting process. I think for fiscal 22, I think the things that are probably most ready to be decided upon would be $500,000 for affordable housing, which would be helpful to the free cash situation. The premium pay, there was some discussion about premium pay under ARPA. There are provisions to make certain one-time payments to employees who were most directly participating in the pandemic response and were put at additional risk. So there's been no commitment about that, but that is something that potentially could be looked at. And then I think perhaps there might be some transportation initiative that we look at in fiscal 22. Fiscal 23, we haven't really talked about that yet. I think there are additional conversations that we need to have before we would be proposing anything. I would say probably affordable housing, transportation, and the potential for something with broadband are items probably most likely to be considered in fiscal 23.
Any other questions in the townhouse? Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, can we just get a reminder to identify the name and address?
What?
Good evening. My name is Ned Perry, 362 Bedford Street. previous speaker was Matt Johnson of the Select Board from West Concord.
Thank you.
I have a couple comments. In my first or second year of town meeting, moderating town meeting, we had 4 special town meetings. I don't know whether it was to test me and wear me out or whether it was to throw the budget off, but it seemed like we were always going to town meeting every other month. Thank you, Mr. Fleur, for highlighting the lack of consistency in our health benefits for our town employees. I noted that Articles 5 and 6 of classification compensation were heard by the Select Board, which seems to be a little bit inconsistent with the town budget coming before the Finance Committee. For several years, several of us have been concerned in town, and I'm very pleased that there's a personnel study task force going on to try and remedy some of these issues. But could you please further explain how our health benefits for our town employees have fallen behind so that our retention is down, and what you are hoping to do? And I hope maybe the Finance Committee can further look into this to make sure that we maintain our top level in the top tier of employers within the Commonwealth for municipal governments. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate any explanation you could give to that question.
Sure, that's a great question. Health insurance, the health insurance benefit that the town provides is something that's talked about a great deal from town employees. And I wouldn't say that the town of Concord has fallen behind. I would say that the town of Concord made a choice at some point in time that it was going to fund the employer share of health insurance benefits at an amount that is generally lower than what other municipal employers provide. So it's not, I would say it was a conscious decision to do that. And it has served the town very well. We haven't talked yet about the Opeb trust fund and the Opeb appropriation and expense. That'll come up a little bit later. Opeb is other post-employment benefits, and it's the trust fund that has been established to fund the cost of retiree health insurance. And the town has been a leader in the Commonwealth in funding its liability related to retiree health insurance benefits. And as the story was told to me by the former finance director when I started, that the town, at such time when the Opeb liability was closer to being fully funded, and the town had that well in hand, that the town would again look at the employer contribution to health insurance and maybe see if it could do better and bring that more in line with what other municipalities pay. And so we have arrived, and we are starting those discussions, and the Select Board is aware of this issue and has had the opportunity to provide some input. And we will be start our meetings with employees later this month. We actually we're looking at the calendar to come up with meeting dates with our Insurance Advisory Committee. The Insurance Advisory Committee is a committee made up of employees, both union and non-union. We talk about health insurance issues in general, and then each union has the opportunity to negotiate that separately, but we do provide the same % contribution, whether you're a union employee, non-union employee, town employee, or Concord Public Schools employee. So just to give you a sense, the employer contribution to health insurance that the town of Concord makes is between 55 and 60, let's say 65%. We have some funny contribution rates. We have 4 plans. The contribution to an individual plan is different than the contribution to a family plan, but we'll just call it 55 to 65%. In the municipal environment, the current employer contribution is more like 70 to 75%. Years ago, it could be as high as 90%. That's as high as what the state would offer. And there are very few communities that are offering that because it's just that's a very, very rich benefit. But we are definitely below the average. We brought in the high deductible plans as a way to lower the cost, both for employees and employer, and have provided some additional benefits. So the town makes a contribution to a health savings account for an employee that participates in a high deductible plan. And we're hoping each year that we can attract more employees to those plans because they are more cost effective. And it positions the town better to be able to increase its percent contribution.
Thank you very much, and thank the Select Board for addressing it, and I hope the Finance Committee will continue to address it. Thank you.
If I can respond to your question about the Finance Committee. So when we look at the budgets, the town budgets, we look at overall compensation and benefits. We do not look at the granular level, which the Personnel Board does by category. So we don't. So we look at it overall. So we haven't felt the desire to look at what the Personnel Board gets into. We don't cover it, unfortunately. We look at the town dollars at the top. We don't look at the detail. And we reviewed that last year as a committee and concluded that was not our purview. So that's where we are. Okay, any questions on Zoom?
We have 53 participants, and I'm not seeing any hands right now.
Okay, so we can go, I believe, to Article 10, which is going to be presented by Kate Hodges.
Good evening, I'm Kate Hodges, Deputy Town Manager. Article 10 seeks to authorize funds for the town's capital improvement and debt plan. Next slide, please. The article seeks to authorize FY23's capital improvement and debt plan, all of which will be funded within the existing levy limit. This year's plan is to be funded by both cash outlay and the issuance of debt. Items included in this plan include both Tier 1 projects, as defined by the Capital Planning Task Force, as a single item up to $250,000, and Tier 2, defined as a single item costing between $250,000 and $2 million. Next slide, please. This table depicts the Tier 1 or outlay projects sorted by department, which total $1,509,700. We'll go into more detail. Next slide, please. The town's IT department will receive $200,000 from cash capital for several initiatives. Initially, the town's current firewall is 3 years old. The approximate lifespan is expected to be around 5 years. The systematic replacement ensures that inappropriate or malicious internet traffic remains out of the town's internal network systems. The cost for this effort is about $22,000. The town also has several meeting rooms in town which are used daily, but have no remote or hybrid capabilities. These units, hybrid units, will be installed in key meeting spaces around town to allow additional private and public meeting capabilities and the ability to stream live through Minuteman Media Network. In terms of staff computers, the cost is $120,000 for the replacement of 64 computers and associated accessories, including docking stations, keyboards, monitors, etc. This is consistent with the internal policy procedure of replacing 20% of the town's 400 or more computers on a 5-year average rolling refreshment rate. The town also operates 2 dispatch centers, one at the municipal light plant and the other for the police department. The server rooms and the associated infrastructure are protected by enormous battery backup server units that are sufficient to carry the load for the entire room for several minutes until the building's backup generators are engaged in the case of a power outage. The units in these 2 locations are more than 10 years old and in need of replacement. The last IT-related project surrounds improvements of the town's 70 or so wireless access points within public facilities. In addition to updated hardware and routers, there will also be an addition of 5 power over Ethernet switches, which will be used to provide connectivity to power all the units. In terms of buildings and facilities, $40,500 will be allocated to this department. This department, facilities, maintains 14 municipal office and staff buildings, 2 communication and cell tower areas, 2 municipal farmhouses, the historical Harrington House, several parks, buildings, and the town's playgrounds. They also deal with maintenance of the visitor center and the restroom, as well as the various beaches and boat launch areas, which are hopefully all to be upgraded by the end of this year. Needs this year include the replacement for some of the windows in the Hunt Gym building and painting and rot repair for the town's office building located at 37 Knox Trail. Next slide. $25,000 will be allocated for a feasibility study, which is relative to the use of the 3 Ripley building pods, which are currently leased right now to the Concord Children's Center and have been for the last several decades. The Children's Center is actually constructing a new facility for their operation and are expected to vacate the space in or around the year 2023. This will allow the space to be potentially used by Concord Recreation's Carousel Preschool, which is currently housed in the western wing of the Harvey Wheeler Community Center. The Ripley pods in question can be seen in the highlighted box within the photo in the top right corner. Harvey Wheeler, as most know, are the home of the Concord Council on Aging, and we've discussed the need for expanded senior programming areas over the years as our senior population has been growing a great deal. The ability for the COA to extend and use the entirety of the Harvey Wheeler building will not only benefit the seniors in Concord, but will help that operation sustain and grow as our community needs arise and our community population ages. Next slide. $95,000 will be allocated to the Natural Resources Division, which is in the Department of Planning and Land Management. Oh, I'm sorry. Some will be allocated to that, others in the Land Management Department. The town's subdivision rules and regulations were last updated in 2007. At this time, they are not up to date with current practices for stormwater management, landscaping, and engineering design standards for roadway improvements. Request number 1 is for $75,000 to fund a consultant to assist in updating these areas and ensuring that we have compliance with state legislation and with the subdivision control law. $10,000 is requested for pond and stream management and intended to provide limited funds for emergency response situations which arise in these areas. The hope is that when something happens in these, such as flooding of small rivers or tributaries because of beaver activity, for example, we're able to react and respond before there's damage. This amount can also be used to plant or replant wetland areas which have been disturbed. An additional $10,000 is also requested for agricultural field improvements and is intended to provide a source of funding to purchase materials or hire contractors who will work to improve soil characteristics and quality, or who will define and delineate agricultural land or preserve farm fields within the town's more than 200 acres of municipally owned fields. Next slide. $100,000 will be allocated to the town's sustainability efforts, which has been Concord's practice for nearly 10 years. Examples of how these funds may be used can be seen on this slide and include matching fund grant opportunities and the expansion of the town's electrical vehicle capacity and fleet. $35,000 will be allocated to the Finance Department. Following a change in Massachusetts state law in 1979, all communities were required to perform a comprehensive valuation of all properties within the community, including a detailed market analysis relative to property sales. Once this is complete, a community can be certified by the state departments of revenue. All communities are required to be recertified every 5 years. In order to be recertified, a community must demonstrate that it has maintained the integrity of its property data, analyzed the sales market, adjusted values to be at 100% of market value, and met various statistical requirements. The $35,000 will fund efforts relative to this endeavor. Next slide. The police department will be receiving $259,200 for the replacement of 5 mobile laptop modems within their vehicles and to replace 4 vehicles in line with the department's fleet rotation schedule. Due to the higher prices of hybrid utility vehicles, each vehicle request needed to be increased by about $5,000. Other needs for this funding include various public safety equipment, including night vision goggles, and the replacement of the audiovisual equipment within the 3rd floor training room, which is more than 15 years old. Similarly, Concord Fire and EMS will be allocated $135,000. Concord Fire is responsible for maintaining 31 community automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, including at least 1 unit in each town buildings, each school, and both public libraries. The funds are necessary to replace the batteries of each unit. Additionally, firefighter turnout gear has also been requested at a funding level of $30,000. The integrity to the equipment is also vital to the safety of our fire personnel, and there is a 10-year lifespan on all equipment. Each firefighter is issued 2 sets of gear, which equal 1 set every 5 years in terms of replacement schedule. Next slide. This year, Public Works is looking for $40,000 to purchase an asset management tool that will help them utilize technology to completely inventory all of their infrastructure systems and those conditions in order to program for systematic maintenance of all of their assets. Additional monies will also be used for roadside needs such as guardrail replacements or repairs, line striping or signage, and ensuring that center, fog lines, and crosswalks are both visible and vibrant. Other needs for DPW include $37,500 for the replacement or addition of several public shade trees, $340,000 for the replacement of a variety of small equipment for the various public works divisions, which they use to perform their maintenance work. For park and tree, these include leaf blowers, chainsaws, and weed trimmers. For the highway division, these include asphalt cutting saws, material compactors, and heavy equipment attachments. Next slide. Well, that was exciting. $5 million is the town's planned debt capital and is allocated within the following categories seen here. Next slide, please. $52,750 has been allocated to municipal facilities, similar to the amount allocated in capital outlay. These funds will be used for what we were to call extraordinary repairs or failures within town buildings, which do not fit into the routine category that we use outlay for. A little over $581,000 has been allocated to the Keyes Road Public Works buildings to aid in the replacement of both buildings' roofs, which have well exceeded their life expectancy and are failing. Next slide. Juror Park, located off Commonwealth Avenue in West Concord, will be substantially completed by the end of the fiscal year. However, as you can see from this photo, while much of the land has been preserved, some of the strategic clearing that was necessary showed many more areas along the shoreline and close to the affordable home unit lot that are deeply covered with invasive species. The funds allocated here will be to hire the same environmental monitor who managed the initial park area invasive removal to conduct additional removals in at least 3 areas closest to the pond's edge. The remainder of the funds will be used for replanting efforts along the shoreline and within the pond slope areas to replace those invasives, and hopefully with native species, which will help reduce erosion. Next slide, please. $150,000 will be allocated to recreation. The Emerson Park public basketball courts are used year-round by members of the public. And when you walk by, you can often see several rogue basketballs or other types of sports equipment that are left out or stocked, so encouraging people to simply stop and play. It's been more than 15 years since the courts were resurfaced. Major cracks and fault lines exist which have given way to frost heaves and have made a number of spots within the court extremely unsafe. The $150,000 is proposed to totally refurbish the two courts, making it usable and safe. Next slide. Lastly, the remainder of the town's borrowing funds will be allocated to the Department of Public Works. $772,000 will be allocated to the Begin a Repair program for the town's most vulnerable drainage culverts and to provide much-needed maintenance to the town's 5 vehicular bridges. $2 million for pavement maintenance, which seeks to apply preservation treatments to extend pavement life and reconstruct streets that are in disrepair. The department seeks to reverse the trend of declining average pavement conditions, which is happening townwide. $32,000 will be allocated for traffic improvements to improve both traffic operations and safety measures. These include, but are not limited to, signal timing, better intersection geometry, and efficient roadway layouts. In terms of heavy equipment purchases, CPW is looking to replace 1 hybrid staff vehicle, 2 Ford F-250 pickups, 2 light-duty dump trucks, 1 Volvo L70 front loader, and 1 2010 sidewalk plow. The total of these 7 vehicles is about $712,000. That's the totality of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Kate. I have one question for you, and I think some others for Kerry. My question for you is the Juror Park improvements. So what happens if we don't spend the $200,000?
There's 3 areas with rather large invasive species. They'll continue to grow and take over more and more land there, choking out some of the good native trees, and they would probably climb up and start to kill or choke out some of the newer trees and shrubbery that we're planting around there. It would also eventually seep into some areas of the pond and further erode the water quality.
Is it something you have to do this year, or is it something that could wait?
Well, certainly it can wait, but the town has spent upwards of $4 million or so on the property, and I think it might be not in our best interest to allow the last piece of the project to wait and then jeopardize the work that we've done. But certainly anything can wait.
Okay, thank you. Kerry, I'm trying to understand two things. So the $500,000 that we're going to talk about in Article 25 for Assabet River Bluff, is that in the $5 million?
So the total in Article 10 for debt is 4.5 million. And then the 5 million, the $500,000 for Assabet Bluff is in the other article.
Okay, so, I thought what the schedule that Kate showed was 5 million. So this $4.5 million is exclusive of that $500,000?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I've got that. And then the computer system that you're putting in the replacement of the GL and so forth, is that included in the capital plan, or is that in the operating budget?
It's in neither. That is being funded from a capital article from 2017. That project was actually supposed to start in the fall of 2019 or late summer 2019, and due to a series of events, and including the pandemic just actually started now, but that's from a 2017 article.
Okay. So last year, the way this was presented in the warrant was there was a schedule that showed the source of whether it was cash outlay, debt, or transfer. That was the way the schedule was presented. So if we had done that this year, are there funds that in this capital plan that are transfer supported?
So we do that for the motion.
Okay.
And at this time, there is one capital project that we will close out and transfer. There's maybe $80,000 to $100,000 remaining in a capital item because we ended up receiving a grant. And so we will be asking as a part of this motion to use that as a funding source. So that, I think also what you saw last year, we spent a lot of time, we did transfer many dollars that were appropriated, and that was not normal. That was sort of a one-time cleanup of, that we wouldn't expect to be doing every year. But again, there is one capital article that we will be closing as a funding source.
And the 309 that we're going to use to move the IT spending around, that doesn't come into this either, so that wouldn't show up as a transfer?
It will show up in the motion because it is a funding source to support the 1.5 million.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
It's right, it's not in addition to what you're seeing.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, thank you. Dee.
Couple quick questions. I'm curious about the park improvements at Juror Park. Invasive species are tenacious, and I'm wondering if this will be a recurring cost?
The reason that the price is higher than what would be if we did a community pull is because we have an environmental monitor who actually has a tool and does some of the initial cleanup with this particular machine, and then he actually hand digs the rest of it. And so he gets right down to the root system, and for the ones closest to the water line, he actually has a system where he de-waters, so he pushes the water back and gets all the way down underneath. It is an extremely involved process. Delia Kay is here, she's our Natural Resources Director, and she and I actually went out when the environmental monitor was working there, and I've never seen something that was quite so total and so efficient, but it really, if you were to go there now, you can see 2 areas that he cleared, and it was as if they never existed.
So does he also give you a guarantee?
Believe it or not, Believe it or not, yes.
Okay.
The nature of the contract that we have has that for 5 years, the environmental monitor needs to come back and not only look at the health of the trees and shrubbery that we're bringing in, but also ensure that the efforts that were taken for the invasives has held up. So I would imagine if we were going to re-enlist his services, which I would say would be advantageous for us, we would have that same clause.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is down in the drainage program. About how many years is it anticipated that the culvert and bridge repairs will go on?
I believe Alan Cathcart, who's our CPW director, is on the Zoom.
Can you hear me, Kate?
I can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Alan Cathcart, Public Works Director. The question regarding drainage investments, we have sort of a close to level funding over the next 5 years for that level of investment. We are in the process of finalizing an RFP for the assessment of this infrastructure. That's going to inform where we target the capital investments, but we're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. I'll remind people the culvert failure on Monument Street recently, which was an emergency failure and not planned or scheduled in our budget. I think the total cost was somewhere around $650,000 to do that emergency repair. We were very fortunate it didn't get much more expensive and catastrophic, given the infrastructure that would have impacted if it had gotten worse. So it's fair to say that, and I've made this presentation, we'll continue to do it, our assets need to be evaluated. That's part of the asset management work that we intend to do. And then we need to look at, do the inspections, and the inspections are going to identify the needs, and those are going to inform the budget plan. But we have sort of a general budget allowance of somewhere in the $300,000-400,000 a year for drainage.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on FinCom? Don?
Yes, hi. I have a couple of questions for you. Kate, the first one is on line 4A for the planning department. Can you tell me what subdivision rules and regulations refers to? Is that a zoning update?
Marcia Rasmussen is here from Planning and Land Management.
The subdivision rules are comparable to your zoning bylaw, but the subdivision rules provide the guidance, the engineering dimensions, and the various aspects of a plan that would have to be presented to the planning board. So it's rather detailed. We have not added any low-impact development types of stormwater management to our subdivision rules and regulations, or other sustainability types of procedures. And so we're hoping to have some guidance consultant to help us look at other communities and provide a document that is more up to date than 2007.
Thank you. And second, I guess the favorite topic is the Juror Park. The town has other waterfront, I am sure. Is this a drop in the bucket, so to speak, in this particular piece dealing with this issue? I'm sure the invasive species are elsewhere as well. And how have we prioritized this section?
As much as I do love talking about Jurel, I am going to yield to the total expertise of Delia Kay, who's here, just about other places that we have invasives, because you are correct. I don't think it's a drop in the bucket. I think anything that we can do to better the situation is worth it, but.
Good evening, Delia Kay, Natural Resources Director. And in my division, we do a lot of work with invasive species management, primarily over the 1,500 acres of conservation land in town. Probably our biggest effort is at Old Calf Pasture, where we are battling glossy buckthorn to improve the habitat for Britain's violet, which is a state-listed rare species. Are you asking the question in terms of whether or not this 200,000 for Juror is prioritized within that framework, or?
I guess I was wondering if there's a larger issue here, which is the invasive species in all along the rivers, and
absolutely.
Yes, and how whether we want to look at it comprehensively.
The answer to both of those questions is yes. Many of you will recall in the early 2000s that the Sudbury River was chock-a-block, stem to stern, full of aquatic water chestnut, which made, from an ecological standpoint, obviously it's terrible for the native fisheries and wildlife, also made the canoeist paddlers' passage of the river next to impossible. And there was a very large joint effort between U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the town of Concord, town of Lincoln, Concord Land Conservation Trust, the Lincoln Land Trust, to work to eradicate that. And that over 20 years, we had the big harvester that was sort of dropped in from Heath's Bridge. Now it's down to hand pulling. So there's a concerted effort to do that, and there's also an effort to prioritize this in the future with some better planning that we're hoping to get funding for, actually, to do that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Peggy.
Thank you. The only question I had, I saw the reference to redoing all the roofs, which were failing at the Kai's Road facility. And I wanted to know if the plan was to add solar on those. Kind of a duh question.
Are you setting me up?
Well, like I said, it's kind of a duh question, but.
The only plans that we have right now are to replace the roofs so that they're functional and put them back to the, the way that they are now. Putting solar there wouldn't be out of the question, but it's certainly outside of this project and really would be done with the light plant and with the sustainability director.
And would they be solar ready? In other words, structurally able to handle solar?
Would the facilities director be on the call? I'm sorry, I just can't see the list.
Okay, well, just
I can get you an answer to that if he's not.
No, I don't need the answer right now, but it will certainly come up at town meeting.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions in the townhouse?
Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Two items on the list, to me, they feel like they belong in our regular budget, and we're capitalizing them. And I just want some clarity on that. One is the 3D, the assessor activity, and 4A, the planning division activity. Those do not appear to be capital items, and so I just want to understand why they're in this article.
Sure, Dean, I'll take that question. It has been our practice for updates to the subdivision or zoning or anything like that, these major updates, that we have included them as part of the capital improvement plan. I guess because we pay cash for it, there's no legal restriction to doing that. And because there's such an increase just in 1 year for these items, we just have typically carried them here in this particular budget. The assessor's office, so this is $35,000. We do a revaluation every 5 years, and we fund 1/5 of it each year. We had been doing that, carrying that in the operating budget, and then we would, at the end of the year, encumber it and carry it forward and hold it for a period of 5 years. And the auditors did not like that. So we agreed that we would shift it and include it here, and I understand it is a bit awkward, but because we're paying cash, we're not debt financing it, it legally makes sense to include it here.
So is this an authorization then for something that, because it's capitalized, you can hold it without getting into that, that awkward situation, or are you paying for it all in 1 year?
We are, for the reval, we would be paying the bulk of the cost in 1 year. It may span 2 years because we might start the work early, but right, the capital article does not close at the end of the fiscal year like the budget article. If there's money left in it, it stays open.
That was the point I was trying to make there. So there's one other pet item that I love to bring up. It's my last year on the Finance Committee, so I'll bring it up the final time. In the roads budget, is there a component this year that it is for sidewalk maintenance or extension? And if so, could I just get a little detail on that? I have my own pet item that I would love to bring up for the probably 4th or 5th time.
Okay, Alan, I am assuming you're still here.
I'm still present and accounted for. The question is a very good one. It speaks to how we set our budget, at least in Public Works, and submitted it. We have a line item that we talked about pedestrian bike improvements. And we had requested, I think it was $537,000 based on some of the needs and understanding that we have from the community. It is not presently funded. I think the question, would it be inclusive of sidewalks? Would it be inclusive of some complete street projects? I think the town is hoping we may get some grant support for funding. It's a possibility. It's not a given. And I think it's part of a, just like the drainage, we have significant investments we have over a 5-year plan. So I think the expectation is we're going to identify needs over the next year and continue to try and get those line items funded. But what we are not doing is taking money out of the pavement management, which is where we really are seeing deterioration of the travelway, and diverting it to other extraneous line items. That's what's happened in the past, and we're sort of paying for that on the road condition. So that's the answer to that question.
So thank you. Now I'll put in my plug. Okay, the stretch of roadway between the exit from the high school and Walden Pond has no sidewalks, and people park at Fairyland, they park at the high school, they walk down from the train station, they walk down Walden Street, and that little corridor from the last driveway of the high school to Walden Pond has no sidewalk, and it is a public way that is sometimes 3 or 4 people abreast on a summer day. So I just put my plug in for the last time. Please put it on the calendar somewhere to get a sidewalk down that little stretch. It would be helpful. It's not safe. And if it's a complete streets thing and we can put it in that category, or it's whatever, pedestrians need some help there.
Okay, thank you, Dean.
Yeah.
Any other questions from FinCom? If not, I'll open it up to the folks in the townhouse. Questions or comments? Seeing none, are there any questions on Zoom, Chris?
There are 50 participants. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. We will go on to...
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. We'll go on to Article 11, Senior Means Tested Property Tax Exemptions, and I believe our presenter is David Carr.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Very good.
So, can we start with the first slide then? You have the, I can't actually see it. Okay, yes, there we go. Thank you. So the Article 11 is for the Senior Means Tested Property Tax Exemption, and I'll summarize it in fewer words than this. We basically want to take the exemption, which we've had for the past few years, and make it permanent. And I realize that when we get to the town meeting, this will have to be phrased as a motion. Thanks. Next slide, please. So the objectives are, as I said, to continue exempting up to 50% of property tax for seniors, meeting certain income and other guidelines. I'm in part not listing these because we do not intend to make any substantial change to the criteria for eligibility, although we do intend to simplify the administration, and we intend to make this permanent instead of a 3-year plan as it was before. So it can go to the next slide, please. So we have, now I have to say, in a better world, maybe we wouldn't need this, but we do need it. As we've shown, we have 37 households receiving this exemption this year, and this is actually up from last year. The total amount of the exemptions was, the total amount of the grants was $145,561. That's still far below the cap of 0.5% of the residential levy. I haven't gotten the exact number from the assessor's office, but I think it's more like 0.15 or 0.16. So we're well within the budget, but we are definitely filling a need here. Next slide, please. So the status, this is a multi-step process. Article 15 was approved by the 2020 annual town meeting. That was the first step. At the request of the select board, our representative, Tammy Gouveia, filed a home rule petition for us which is now, has been refiled in the current 2021 to 22 legislative session, bill numbers here. We're hoping this to be enacted as a special act of legislature before town meeting, and in preparation for that, we've placed Article 11 on the warrant. And next slide. So the plan from here, if the special act is enacted, we will move Article 11, and this will need to be followed by a townwide vote according to the language of the article. And in the event the special act is not enacted, Article 12 is the contingency plan, and our CFO will, I think, speak to that next. So next slide, and I think we are done and ready for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Are there any questions from FinCom on this article? Seeing none, are there any questions in the townhouse on this article? No? Chris Carmody, do we have any questions on Zoom with respect to this article?
We've got 48 participants, and no. Oh, we do have one, Carlin Reed.
One question, okay.
Hi, Carlin Reed, 83 Wits End. I was wondering if the assessor's office has released any of its assessor surplus for this purpose. I thought they had, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, so that's it. So technically we do not have the exemption this year because the legislation, the act authorizing it expired. And so in order to provide the assistance to the households that were on this program, the assessors did have to release some cash from the overlay account in order to fund it. I think that again, the CFO would be much more intimate with the details than I am, but that is my understanding of it.
Okay.
But in future years, that would not be necessary because it would be a straightforward exemption.
Great. Any other questions on Zoom, Chris?
I'm saying none.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Yeah.
We'll move on to Article 12, Appropriation for Senior Means Tested Tax Exemption, and Carrie LaFleur will present. Oh, sorry.
Hi,
Susan Bates will
representing
present.
the select board. That last question from Carlin was a wonderful connector to this article, which moves that the town appropriate and transfer the sum of $150,000 from the overlay surplus for the purpose of funding the cost of providing senior means tested tax exemption program for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Next slide, please. This article provides an appropriation in the event that a legislative authority has not been received and acted upon by the time the assessors the town has to set its FY23 tax rate. The source of funding is the appropriation from the overlay surplus. And if needed, the Board of Assessors has committed to release $150,000 from the overlay account to fund this appropriation. Next slide. Appropriation, move that the town appropriate and transfer the sum of $150,000 from the overlay surplus for the purpose of funding the cost of providing the senior means tested tax exemption program for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Any questions from FinCom? Seeing none, any question in the townhouse? Seeing none, any questions on Zoom, Chris?
There are 49 participants and no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bates. We'll go to Article 13, the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund Appropriation, otherwise known as Opeb. Carrie LaFleur.
Thank you. This article seeks town meeting appropriation of the annual contribution to the town's Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust for fiscal '23. The town of Concord was one of the first communities in the Commonwealth to establish an OPEB trust fund. In 2008, the state legislature adopted a special act granting the town special permission to establish this fund prior to there being specific authorization to do so. Later, the legislature enacted a new law allowing all communities to establish OPEB funds. In 2019 annual town meeting, upon the recommendation of the town's auditor and town council, the town of Concord reauthorized its trust fund under the new state law. Next slide. Each year since fiscal 2009, the town has made a contribution to the trust fund in accordance with the Opeb funding plan. Next slide. The town's Opeb liability is valued each year as of June 30. As of the most recent valuation, the total liability was $48.8 million, of which 62.4% was funded. The funding plan assumes a 6.5% discount rate and fully funds the liability as of fiscal 30. As a result of the town's strong funding position, beginning in the current year, fiscal 22, the remaining unfunded liability is being amortized in level payments, which was very beneficial to the annual budgeting process. While each of the town's major funds share a portion of the unfunded liability, since inception, only the general fund's share of the annual Opeb contribution has been appropriated by town meeting. Recent guidance provided to the town by the Department of Revenue and the town auditor is that the total annual contribution be appropriated and that it be appropriated in a standalone warrant article. In fiscal 23, a total of $1,467,851 is requested to be appropriated across all major funds, as shown in the chart on slide 6. Once again, the amounts shown are based upon a level payment plan prepared using the results of the June 30, 2021 Opeb valuation. And again, this article seeks town meeting appropriation of the fiscal 23 Opeb contribution.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. I have a question. This is a recovering accountant question for you. We don't have any expense related to Opeb for the past 2 years. We haven't had to book any, right? It shows 0 in the budget.
So the only expense that we have is, again, got the...
It's okay, I can see you, it's good, don't worry about it.
The only expense that we have is for the actuarial valuation and then any costs associated with the investments. Right now, those investment costs are actually netted from earnings, and we are converting to, we actually as a municipality need to pay those directly, so we'll be converting that. But there's no expense for the benefit itself being paid.
Right, so the amount that we're contributing to the fund, what is that supposed to be?
So that is a share of the unfunded liability. So each year that an employee is employed, he or she is earning a percentage of the value. And so this is the cost of the value of the benefit that they've
already accumulated.
That they already accumulated.
Okay, thank you. Do others on FinCom have questions on the Opeb? John Hickling?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Carrie. Recovering financial analyst question. If the liabilities are 48.8 million and the funding level is 62%, the assets are around 30 million?
Yes.
I see. And this 1.5 is included in that 30 million?
No, the assets are about, I think, about 31 million as of June 30, 2021, and then it does not include this.
Okay. So that would increase the funding level. Right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Any folks in the townhouse with questions on Opeb? It's a hot topic. Okay. Anyone on Zoom?
We've got 48 participants and Stefan Bader has his hand raised.
Okay, I think that was a no. So we're going to go on then to Article 14, which is Opeb Trust Fund expense. Again, Carrie LaFleur.
I'm sorry, there is one hand raised.
Oh, there was a question. Okay.
Stefan Bader, 7 River Street. And my question was, why in your allocations is nothing showing up for the certain enterprise funds like the Speedy, and it was on the last slide of that presentation, but there were some funds that seemed to not have to make a contribution. I was wondering, is that because they don't have any long-term employees, or is there some other thing going on there?
It is because as of the 6/30/21 valuation, the liability for those funds was fully paid.
So they were fully funded. Okay, thank you.
And that is actually new. That's a good question, because for anybody who's been following Opeb, you would know in past years that the Swim and Fitness Fund actually was making a contribution, but again, as of this most recent valuation, there was no unfunded liability with that fund.
Okay, we'll go to 14.
So Article 14 seeks town meeting appropriation of the annual expenses associated with the other post-employment benefits trust. So 13 was money going into the trust fund, 14 is money coming out. Next slide. So similar to the last article, the State Department of Revenue and the town's auditors have recommended that Opeb trust fund expenses both be appropriated in standalone articles. Prior to the current fiscal year, they were appropriated as the expense was appropriated as part of the town's budget. And again, the enterprise funds, there wasn't any specific appropriation, even though a contribution was being made. Funds that are eligible to be, or expenses that are eligible to be funded out of the trust fund include actuarial valuation, investment management fees, and trustee compensation. In past years, some but not all Opeb expenses have been appropriated. Specifically, investment management fees have not been appropriated, but instead have been netted against earnings. In fiscal 23, the request is for an appropriation of up to $275,000, $25,000 of which will be used for actuarial services, and up to $250,000 of which will be for investment and banking fees, to be procured following the applicable Mass General Law. No budget appropriation is being sought for trustee compensation, though that may be a future budget item. Next slide. Oh, we have no slides up.
We did. I don't know what happened to them.
Okay.
Oops.
Apparently, my slides were completely bollocksed. I wasn't looking too closely. Just like,
well, the next slide is the most exciting one, is the presentation.
I have a question while we're waiting for the slide to come up. So the hiring of an investment advisor, this is on the $30 million that's funded, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you were talking about whether we netted it or not. So I thought we did not have an outside investment advisor for that, for the funded portion at all. Am I wrong on that?
We don't have an investment advisor, but we have the funds invested.
Okay.
So we have fund expenses.
Okay, got it. So when you say you want to hire somebody and you're going to pay up to 50 basis points, is that what you're talking about, the investment advisory fee that you would pay?
Yes.
Okay. So on 30 million funded, that would be about 150,000. So the difference between that and the 250 is other expenses of
other expenses of the fund.
Okay.
Other fund expenses, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, it's hard to project because, again, the fees are a percentage of the earnings of the portfolio. And so if the portfolio does better, the fees go up, or they go down if it doesn't do as well.
It's not just on AUM, it's not just the assets that they're managing. That's typically how they do it in the institutional side. It's not the performance so much as just the assets, typically.
For the investment advisor, but for the fund, for the fees associated with the funds. So the investment advisor is assets under management. The fees associated with the investments themselves are dependent upon the performance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
And so this would cover both. So I guess in the interest of time, I will just go through this last slide. So the majority of the budget will be used to fund the services of an investment advisor and to pay the investment fund's fee. Mass General Law specifically requires that town meeting authorize the trustee to hire an investment advisor, and the benefits of okay, so we are not live.
We are. This side works.
Just the present.
Ms. LaFleur, I'm sorry, there was a brief connection problem, but we have restored the connection.
Okay. So the benefits of hiring an investment advisor include identification of short and long-term investment objectives, recommendation of individual security selections, development of a custom benchmark, and to monitor performance and to ensure compliance with the investment policy statement. So that is the end of the presentation here. And again, the change really from this year, from fiscal 23 to 22, is the request to have town meeting specifically authorize the trustee to hire an investment advisor.
Yep, great. Thank you. Seems like a very good idea, given the size of the fund. Are there any other questions from FinCom on that article? Okay. Any questions from the townhouse on this article? Seeing none. Are there any questions on Zoom with respect to this article?
There are 48 participants. I'm not seeing any hands right now.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. Article 15, I think Carrie is withdrawn.
Yes, there is no motion anticipated under Article 15. This article was originally intending to establish an electrification trust. The impetus of this, we had residents in town that were interested in, or are interested in, making a donation to the town, a sizable donation for the purpose of helping to fund the cost of electrification of fleet, and specifically the public safety fleet. The donor is still intending to make the donation, but to provide it to the town just through the standard gift purpose, rather than trying to establish a trust. What we found was that there isn't any specific legislative authority to establish a trust for this purpose. And given the number of pieces of special legislation, local options that we have pending, we thought we didn't need to add to that. And the donor's intent was met through just the standard gift process. So that's what we're doing here.
Okay, thank you. We'll go then to Article 24, appropriate funds for affordable housing development, and I think Linda Escobedo is going to present.
Thank you. Good evening. The Select Board has asked me to present Article 24 on their behalf. This is a request to appropriate funds for affordable housing development. And the article reads as follows: to determine whether the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from free cash the sum of $500,000 for the purpose of developing or supporting affordable housing to the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, or take any other action thereto. For more than 4 years, slide 2, please. For more than 4 years, the town has been strategically pursuing sustainable revenue sources to support the town's affordable housing goals. With previous recommendations from the Affordable Funding Committee and the Select Board, the annual town meeting of 2019 sent 2 home rule petitions to the state legislature to raise sustainable affordable housing funds from a local building permit and transfer fee, both of which are still pending and active in this current legislative session. A lot of effort has gone into ongoing conversations with the town's legislative representatives, submitted legislative testimony over the last couple years numerous occasions, and participation in a statewide coalition known as LOA, which has additionally led to statewide pending legislation which would allow local option to accept a transfer fee for affordable housing. There are a growing number of communities that are pursuing the transfer fee as for affordable housing revenue purposes. And most recently, you're probably aware of headlines made by Mass General Hospitals and others requesting the need for a transfer fee for affordable housing. And just yesterday, the city of Boston has approved the transfer fees for affordable housing. So there is growing momentum, not without opposition, but nonetheless growing momentum which legislatures are aware of. And I think since this has been an issue that's come up for several years, it was important for everyone to realize all the effort that's gone into creating this momentum. The Affordable Housing Study Committee and the Select Board understood that seeking approval for these sustainable funds would be a process and recommended seeking annual appropriations from annual town meeting for affordable housing in the interim. And those funding sources have been since the last annual town meeting, the trust, the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, was operationalized for the purpose of managing the town's affordable housing funds with the ability to act quickly during the year with select board approval to realize town affordable housing goals. The trust is also exploring other potential funding sources for affordable housing, including ARPA, which we've heard about tonight, though the use of Concord's allocated ARPA funds has not yet been determined. And hence, this appropriation request was included in the warrant article. Appropriations that the town has been making are based on town planning documents, including Envision Concord, the 2015 Housing Production Plan, and Concord's annual Community Preservation Plan, all of which have identified Concord's affordable housing goals, many of which relate to other goals such as economic vitality, equity in a welcoming community, while also acknowledging a growing demographic of citizens over 60 years of age and our citizens with disabilities. The trust is also, the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust has also just completed and approved interim policy guidelines, which was required by the trust bylaw with approval from the select board to identify criteria for how these affordable housing fund distributions will be made from the trust. That document comes before the select board, I believe, this coming week. To date, annual town meeting has appropriated annual affordable housing funds since 2019, and these have resulted in an additional 4 housing units already or soon to be eligible for the town's subsidized housing inventory, otherwise known as SHI, which is important for meeting our 40B 10% threshold requirements. The trust, using these appropriations, has also committed funds for land investment and potential for 5 more affordable housing units, pending the annual town meeting approval of Article 25, which I think we'll hear about next. So the appropriations are meeting our town affordable housing goals. These appropriations have allowed the select board and the trust to act quickly throughout the years to seize opportunities with a relatively modest amount of money for either adding or preventing losing all affordable housing units already on the town's SHI. Article 25 on this warrant article for the Assabet River Bluff project is an example that leveraged available trust affordable housing funds that in this case creatively brings together an opportunity that both meets the town's affordable housing and open space goals, and we'll hear more about that. But the availability of these funds made it possible for this opportunity for us to even come before us to consider. So town support for this year's affordable housing appropriation strengthens our continued success to meet town-wide goals, which citizens have defined for Concord. And so we please ask for your support on Article 24. Are there any questions?
Any questions from FinCom?
I have a quick
Mary.
Thank you. I have a quick question. What's the balance in the trust fund before this 500,000? The balance right now in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
The balance right now is 580,000, and that includes a very generous $25,000 gift from citizens in Concord.
Does that also include the money that was sent back to it when I think one of the purchases that you were hoping, or one of the transfers you were hoping to make didn't come through?
That's correct. This reflects that.
So the balance again is what, 580,000, did you say?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No other questions from FinCom? Okay, any questions in the townhouse? Seeing none, any questions on Zoom?
Got a question from Keith Berkman. You're on mute, sir.
We don't see him.
Mr. Bergman, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Hello. Hi, Keith Bergman, 56 White Avenue, Chair of the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. It's not a question. It is a comment and a thank you to Linda Escobedo for the presentation tonight. The Affordable Housing Trust has voted to support this article and the next two pertaining to affordable housing. We are, as Linda says, actively exploring other funding opportunities. Gladly accept ARPA funds if those became available to make this appropriation request unnecessary, but we appreciate very much the support of the Select Board and your time tonight. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom, Chris? Oh, Dean, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can we just get the motion text back for 1 second? My recollection of the motion text is that it gives two, like usually in a motion you have to specifically say this is where I'm going to get the money. In this particular one it says we may appropriate it or we may, let me just see the text, that's all. Maybe not.
Would you like me to read it to you?
Yeah, if you could read the text, Linda.
Okay. To determine whether the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from free cash the sum of $500,000 for the purpose.
Okay, so that's all I needed to hear. So the town meeting doesn't usually, will it require an amendment to get to the actual solution? To raise and appropriate or take from free cash is a choice. Does somebody have to strike one of the, how's this going to operate on the floor? It's like, I hear Mike Lawson.
That's right, it's Mike Lawson calling. At the time of the town meeting, when you come to the actual motion, the motion will have to articulate exactly from where the funds will come. But at this stage, there is no need to be specific about where the funds will come. But Dean, you're correctly right. At the time of town meeting, the motion will have to specify exactly where the funds will come from.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Well, it says Ms. Ackerman moved, so that felt like that's the motion we're going to get. So that's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Dean.
Any other questions on Zoom, Chris?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Escobedo. Okay, we go to Article 25, Assabet River Bluff Preservation Project, Delia Kays.
Good evening, Delia Kay, Natural Resources Director. Article 25 seeks town meeting approval to authorize borrowing up to $500,000 for the open space acquisition at the Assabet River Bluff lands. Next slide, please. The town has a unique opportunity to partner with conservation and housing interests to acquire 7 acres of land for both affordable housing and conservation purposes. We are working with the Concord Housing Development Corporation, the Concord Land Conservation Trust, the Sudbury Valley Trustees, and the community on this project. The Assabet River Bluff land was placed on the market last summer, and the sellers agreed to hold off on the sale until after 2022 town meeting, allowing the partnership time to secure funding for the acquisition. 1 acre will be purchased for community housing, and 6 acres will be purchased for conservation. Next slide, please. The 2 parcels, which are outlined in yellow, are 2B Upland Road, which is the larger parcel, and 406 Old Marlborough Road. They are in the heart of West Concord and abut the popular Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, which is shown in orange at the bottom of the parcels. The majority of the site is a forested upland with nearly 800 feet of frontage along the federally designated wild and scenic Assabet River, which is just to the north of the parcel. Next slide, please. As you can see by the dashed lines on this slide, there is an informal trail network on the property with excellent opportunities to construct an ADA-compliant loop trail off the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. Parcel A, which is shown in yellow, contains an existing duplex at 406 Old Marlborough Road with land available for an additional 3 units of affordable housing to be constructed in the future. Next slide, please. The photo on the left shows one of the trails. This is the Overlook Trail. You can see the Assabet River on the left-hand side of the photograph. And on the right is a photograph of the existing duplex at 406 Old Marlborough. Next slide, please. The purchase price is $2.8 million, and the closing is scheduled for July 29th of this year. The acquisition costs will be split between conservation and housing interests at a 2/3 to 1/3 ratio, in line with the appraised value of the land, and as outlined on this slide. The land acquired for community housing purposes will be funded through Community Preservation Act funds, pending town meeting approval, Affordable Housing Trust funds, and Concord Housing Foundation funds. The town has applied for a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant for $500,000 and will also be applying for an MVP action grant for the same amount for the open space acquisition. The town is eligible to receive funding from one of these grants or the other, but not both. Neither grant program will have made a decision on awards by the closing date, so these funds will need to be identified elsewhere in order to meet the closing deadline. Should one of the grants be successful, the $500,000 would be reimbursed to the town. Fundraising from the Land Trust and SVT will either provide backup should neither grant be successful, or will reduce the cost of the debt service if the grant is successful, to the extent that the fundraising campaign exceeds its goal. Next slide, please. And I'm ready to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Delia. Any questions from FinCom? Dee?
Yeah, Delia, could you please talk a bit about the memorandum of understanding that is in place and what would happen if it is not feasible to have affordable housing built on the property?
I'm not sure I'm prepared to answer that question. Liz Rust, who's our Regional Housing Services Officer, is here. Would you be able to take that?
One Commonwealth Avenue. So the memorandum of understanding lays out the provisions going into the purchase and sale, and the soil testing, which would be a primary piece for feasibility, is being done now, but it's been evaluated and seems to be quite sufficient to develop 3 additional units. It's certainly sufficient for the 2 that already exist on the property. So there have been no concerns raised, and that due diligence will be done prior to town meeting.
Okay, just to follow on, I'm concerned, or I think there is a concern with prices going up in terms of construction costs.
Oh, I see. Mhm.
Okay, I'm just concerned whether or not it would be feasible or reasonable
I see.
to
So,
develop the
yeah.
properties.
Sorry, I didn't understand exactly. So the plan for construction is not being presented at this town meeting. So once the property is owned by the Housing Development Corporation, they will evaluate that and explore the development scenarios. It could be a habitat project, which is one kind of construction cost. It could be another kind of development that would have more construction costs. So I think that that's yet to be determined. The goals and the features of the housing in terms of sustainability and what are the town's, as I say, goals and objectives for the housing need to be sorted out and defined. And
And in the worst case scenario, if it's not feasible to go forward with the construction, in the MOU, it does have what will happen. Can you explain that a bit?
So I think in the worst case scenario, I don't know if that's the worst case, there's always really worst cases, but that the property could be sold and the money's returned. And the appraisal supports the price of the monies being used.
The properties could be sold, or it also, if the conservation.
So this would be just the housing portion that I'm talking about.
The housing portion. But there is also a caveat in that, isn't there, that the conservation organizations that have contributed, if they decided to pay, then all the property would be in conservation, is that correct?
The conservation groups could purchase the property for the cost that it costs to purchase the housing portion.
Okay, all right. I just feel as though it hasn't been clearly identified or expressed the entirety of the project and what the outcomes could be. I'm just concerned that the presentation doesn't really reflect what all the outcomes could be in terms of going forward with the project. I hope it's not it's not something that anyone wants, but there could be obstacles, and so I think it would be fair to the community to understand that as we go forward.
Thanks for the feedback. We'll incorporate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think as well, Delia, it should be clear that the cost of building the affordable housing is not included in the 2.8 million.
I'll make sure that's more clear.
That'd be great. Thank you. Mary, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Actually, it might be a question for Liz, actually. If this land was not purchased by the town, then by right, there could be 6 houses built there, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I guess I'm a little disappointed that we're only ending up with 5 affordable units. Is there a reason why we're limiting ourselves to 5 when by right we could have had 6 houses there?
Actually, there's the ability to have 6 lots by right subdivision with no public access and basically the entire site deforested. Under planned residential development, it would go up to 11.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
At least 11, and so we went through several iterations of plans and presented those to the community and to the different groups, and 5 was where we landed, which seemed to be the comfortable number that sort of balanced the interests of the open space and the interests of housing and was comfortable for the neighborhood.
I could also add that the 5 units will be restricted in perpetuity as affordable housing, which none of those other scenarios provide.
No, I understand. I'm not saying we should go back to the 5 units, the 6 units by right. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if the objection to having more units there was traffic, for example, and we pull, because I think at first it was going to be something like 8 units or 11 units, and then we pulled it back because the neighbors were rightly worried about traffic, right? Or did I miss a step?
It was, the balance was really, you know, if you're purchasing the conservation land, you want to be sure that you're purchasing enough that isn't otherwise protected from wetlands or protected from development through wetlands regulations. So, you know, there's a 200-foot riverfront zone on the parcel, and there was a concern that the amount of conservation land should be worth what you're valuing it, what you're paying for it.
Okay.
I think Marcia has something to add, Mary, as well.
Oh, good.
If I may, there were, prior to the Concord Housing Development Corporation, there was the Concord Housing Trust, and there were 3 projects that they undertook on small lots where there was an existing house and they divided off excess land to create housing. And there were triplexes built, and in one case, a 4-plex. So in trying to work through and provide a level of comfort for the neighborhood, I identified these other properties and said, this has worked in other locations around town, and that's how we came up with 5. There are 2 existing, and we will be adding 3. So that's how the number 5 came up, and people were most comfortable with that number.
I still wish we had more. Sorry.
Okay. Anyone else on FinCom? Nope. Okay. Anyone in the townhouse have questions for Delia? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom have questions for Delia?
There's 47 participants in that.
Okay. Thank you, Delia.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we go to Article 26, the Community Preservation Committee Appropriation Recommendations, and we're going to hear from Diane Proctor.
Thank you, Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road. Delia, thank you for covering one of the CPC items with such poise. It was a complicated discussion, and I think I can say for the CPC that no final decision has been made, Mary in particular, about the number of houses that are on that property. I mean, all sorts of things can happen in the future, you know, as that property spot is evaluated. So, I mean, I think there's still much to be seen as we go forward. May I have, oh, you've got the first slide up. Thank you very much. This is the, obviously, the Community Preservation Committee's presentation to present to the town. Next slide, please. Article 26, to determine whether the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $2,153,741 or any other sum from the Concord Community Preservation Fund, of which up to $100,826 shall be appropriated from the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund. Up to $237,142 shall be appropriated from the prior year undesignated fund balance as of June 30th, 2021, and up to $1,815,773, which shall be appropriated from projected fiscal year 2023 fund revenues, in accordance with Chapter 44B of the Massachusetts General Laws, to be expended under the direction of the town manager as printed in the warrant. Next slide, please. Before I read this slide or go through this slide, I just want to say that all of this happens because of the generosity of taxpayers, whose monies we contribute to be able to create these opportunities, and I remain grateful as someone who gets to help distribute these funds for those efforts. 1.5% of a possible 3% surcharge on real estate property tax bills is how this money is forthcoming. Plus, the money is matched by the state. The first $100,000 of taxable value on a real estate property is exempt. Persons with income less than 80% of the area median income are also exempt. Seniors with incomes less than $100,000 of the area median income are also exempt. Locally raised funds are matched on a percentage basis by funds in the State Community Preservation Fund. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense of how the money is being distributed for the coming year. $304,750 to recreation, $288,880 to community housing, $40,000 for administration, historic preservation, $576,511, and open space, $559,751. Interestingly, those four categories represent all the categories to which the CPC may donate and give funds. Thank you. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read this. We'll go through each one. I think I'll do a presentation of each, and then I'll go back to questions if that's all right. So the next slide, please. The first project is for regional housing service programs. It's an intermunicipal program providing professional housing services to develop and monitor Concord's affordable housing programs. $28,000 is recommended funding for that project. That's something we've done every year. Next slide, please. Walden Street, 110 Walden Street Preservation Project. This is the phase 4 of the good work that they've been doing, and it's really been a pretty exciting effort. Implements several of the major projects recommended in the Historic Structures Report, including repairing the siding and painting the exterior of the house, basement foundation repairs, granite stair alignment and repointing, asbestos removal, critical, and fascia and column repairs on the front of the house for $135,000. That's under the category of historic preservation. Next slide, please. In tandem with the trustees of reservations, the Old Manse Exterior Preservation Project, painting of the entire structure, the main block, the summer kitchen, the shop, the shay shed, and shutters, and related carpentry work that must be addressed prior to painting, including repairs to trim, doors, and window frames for $135,000. A simple visit to this site of the Old Manse will let you know how critical this care is and how much is needed. The trustees of reservation will be putting a lot of money into bushes, removing those back from the house, and all sorts of other work to make sure that this effort, once undertaken, has a perpetuity to it. Next slide, please. Wright Tavern structural repairs. In consort again with another organization, the First Parish Church in Concord, in consultation and design services from historic preservation advisors, preservation, design, and building architects, and structural engineers, the installation of moisture barriers in crawl spaces, updating wiring, installing new subfloor and plaster in the attic, supporting ridge beams in the annex, removal of spalling brick, and I discovered spalling brick is the stuff that pops out of a brick when it starts to separate from the wall. So spalling brick, and in the basement, and the repointing of the foundation for $234,400. And the trustees of parish donations of First Parish will be helping with this as well. Next slide, please. This project is particularly near and dear to my heart. It's the Concord Oral History Preservation and Access Project. Digitize and transcribe a collection of almost 500 recordings of Concord oral histories, many of which are only available on audio cassettes, and many of which are at the present moment risking kind of falling, not being able to gain access to them. To spend time in our archival basement in the library is to understand how valuable this resource is. And the kind of oral histories they have from citizens like the one sitting here at this table and in the audience is really invaluable. So thank you. Concord Free Public Library has already been supporting this and will continue to. The Assabet River Bluff Preservation and Housing Land Acquisition. Delia has just dealt with this beautifully. Of course, I will answer any other questions you may have. Thank you. $1 million is what we are donating. Next. The Junction Village open space. The summary of this project, the creation of a passive open space on 6.5 acres of land along the Assabet River as it stretches behind the MCI property and perpendicular to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. The project involves a multi-year process that would begin with general design and invasive plant removal. We've done a lot of invasive plant removal discussions tonight already, so you'll hear it is again, which will evolve to a developed parkland and interpretive signage, a pollinator meadow, and gathering spaces, and public art for $250,000. You notice the amount of money they were using just to eliminate invasive plants on the Juror land, and this is going to do far more than that. Thank you. Carly was here. The project and the work that they're doing and the design has been an ongoing process from the very good work of the West Concord Village open space group, and they've really done a beautiful job. And I look forward to seeing the work that they're going to do. You should also know that they'll probably receive about $20,000 in kind support from big machines from the folks when they're building Junction Village. I had a question from the FinCom when we first looked at this with the FinCom about whether, what if Junction Village doesn't get built right away? What would happen? Well, then we'll back up 5 and figure out what to do. This money will be held in abeyance, used as much as it can be without the help of the big machines, and we'll go forward gradually. Thank you. The next item, please. The Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. Enhancements to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, including a connection to the prison cemetery, additional landscaping, screening, benches, signage, and other amenities to enrich and enhance the visitor experience along the trail. $30,000. This particular part of the trail, if you could look to your left on the slide, is where you see White Pond. And then there's a big kind of proclivity that goes up on the side. And so there's real need there to both protect both sides of that property. There was some interest in putting some fencing up, but that was not approved by the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. And so there's ongoing discussion about that at the present moment. Next, please. Assabet River Pedestrian Bridge construction drawings and permitting, development of complete architectural plans, full structural and construction drawings that meet the requirement of Mass DOT specification, estimates, and final permitting needed for the construction of the Assabet River Pedestrian Bridge, $300,000 for the town of Concord. Now, this has been a project that the town of Concord has been talking about for a very long time. It would connect, it would make a major connection between the medical facility, medical operations and other things. And what is that area called over there?
Baker Avenue.
Baker Street. I knew that. Yes, connect Baker Street with West Concord. And while this may seem a lot of money, it's not in comparison to what this is going to cost, because most of the costs, if this is accepted, will be borne by the state. It would cost a great deal more if we were doing this on our own, but this is essentially a way of putting an application together so that the Mass DOT will go ahead and help us build this. So it's pretty exciting. Okay, next slide, please. The Recreation Facilities Strategic Plan. Hire a qualified consulting firm to update the town's recreation facilities strategic plan. The selected consultant will work with recreation staff, recreation commission members, town departments, and other community stakeholders to plan and execute a robust assessment of needs while engaging in a hands-on, collaborative, inclusive, and holistic public participation process. $75,000 to the Concord Recreation Department. I really hope we will pay attention to the last 5 descriptors on all of this: hands-on, collaborative, inclusive, holistic, public participation process, so that it's not just simply an evaluation of our public properties, recreation properties in town, of which there are many, but a real discussion with the public that abuts those lands, what they feel the need might be. Thank you. Next slide, please. Staff and technical support. Funding for staff support, legal, technical, and consulting services, supplies, and assorted administrative requirements, including legal ads, which we have to do, copying, et cetera, funding to purchase CPA signage and other administrative expenses, $40,000. And I think that one more slide, I think maybe just says, that's it. Are there questions?
Hi, Diane. I have a question on Wright Tavern. I remember last year, that was the first year that the church came forward and asked for funding on that, and this is now their second request. Are there any other outside groups? Is there anybody else's money that can go into this project?
The church itself, their trust fund, is putting a great deal of money into this, Chris. And so it really is a collaboration. It's not just a CPC.
How much money have they contributed?
Well, the project hasn't really started. It's just really, even though we gave money last year, so it's a somewhat complicated, it was a somewhat complicated process. In the first year, what they did was they asked for a great deal more than we were able to give them, and we pared down the money. And focused on getting a really thorough study of the property, getting good historical valuations, et cetera. So most of the money that has been spent to this point has been on those efforts. Now going forward, there's a lot of physical work that is starting to take place in the tavern. The goal is to get it as ready as we can before the big celebration. It was a significant building, as we all know, to the town of Concord and really to the country.
Right. Is there any idea of how much it's going to cost in total?
I don't have that for you, Chris, and I don't know that they do either.
Yeah.
I mean, I think once they get all of the evaluations from the historic preservation folks, they'll have a clearer perception of how that's going to be. I'm sure they'll come back to CPC for more funding.
I'm sure too.
There are very things of which I'm more sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anybody else have CPC questions for Dee?
I don't have a question. I have a suggestion for you.
Okay, I'd love one.
I'm thinking about town meeting, and if the last couple of years, the CPC article has been on the consent agenda.
I know.
And if it happens again this year, for whatever reason, I'd like to make the suggestion that your slide presentation become a revolving slide presentation prior to the start of town meeting. You could ask the moderator if that could be done, because many people don't go, aren't attending to the hearing, but they come to town meeting, and it would give them a better idea of what's included in the work that the CPC has been doing and all of the applicants.
Thank you, Dee. As a former chair of that committee, your advice is well received. I think that after last year, there was some reluctance even last year to put this on the consent calendar and lots of discussion. And I would be doubtful that that will happen again this year, but who knows?
Fingers crossed.
I know, as they say, if you want to make God laugh, have a plan. So, we don't have there is no, assurance that we will be able to do that. So, Meg, do you have a question?
I think Mary has a question.
Oh, Mary, I can't see. There's a big speaker here.
Sorry.
Move this.
And I'm not the big speaker, the big physical speaker.
Diane, quick question. Can the public use the Wright Tavern?
The plan is that the public will be able to use the Wright Tavern in the sense that it will be a kind of a working museum on the first floor, so that people will be able to come in and discover what this property was, how it was used, and why it's important. The upper floors, as far as I understand, the upper floors will be used more privately, used by, perhaps, for instance, there are all sorts of ideas, Mary, and I don't wish to speak for the committee that's producing those in any narrow way, but the three that I've heard is that it may be able to be used for the administration, a person who would administrate that building and help to get ongoing exhibits and efforts. It could be used for someone who is a researcher, a scholar, who could come and study in that area, study through our library and other resources, and then present lectures to the town. In other words, there are any number of ways in which the upper areas may be used To put an elevator in there, which is what you would need to be able to have public access upstairs, would be exorbitantly expensive. And also, kind of a violation of the nature of the building itself.
Will there be public input into how the bottom floor is used?
I believe that the organization that is discussing this and planning it would welcome public engagement.
We've put a lot of money into that building, and we're putting a lot more now.
And we sure are. And we will probably put in more, Mary.
Yeah, so having it useful for the town, I think, would be equitable.
It's critical, and I mean, I think that's been an understanding. It's very interesting. Stuart Sagamore, who is the administrator at a state level of the CPC funding, has asked that with a project like this, we put in a kind of a memorandum of understanding that makes that kind of unstated aspect of things quite clear.
Good idea.
And I think that's again a very good suggestion. As we will, for instance, with the parks and various things.
Thank you.
Great. Dean?
A comment, I think I'm not speaking out of turn here, but Diane, you characterized the expenses to date as basically being studies of the structure, et cetera. In multiple prior years, we've funded the roof and the window replacements.
That's right.
Window repairs. So we've funded actual repairs to this building already.
We sure have.
In multiple rounds. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's just a point. There are two items on here where we're really funding positions that are part of the town function.
Yes.
One of them is our intermunicipal funding, and the other is the administrative support for the committee. Are those partial with line items in the budget of the town, or are they fully funded?
It is partially funded independently, by the town.
By the town.
We are so lucky to have Heather Gill.
Oh, no,
as our administrator. No, I know you're not. I'm just saying,
it was the practice.
Just a little kind of shout out to Heather.
It was the prior.
But it is the practice, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you look at what happens on a state level in other communities, this is de rigueur. It's perfectly normal.
No issue. On one slide, the Junction Village Park design project.
Right.
The slide indicates that this is part of a multi-year project. Do we have a feel for how big? This piece is 200,000. What's the scale of the overall that we're looking at over the multi-year expenditure?
It's a very good question, Dean, and I don't believe even the West Concord Village Advisory Committee could answer that precisely. Carlene is here right now in the audience. Would you like to, what? 1.5 over how many? Over 4 to 5 years. $1.5 million over 4 to 5 years. And I suspect that one of the questions that CPC would ask is, are you doing some fundraising for this?
Well, 1.5 million for a park that, I don't know, we have a park across the street that we're going to spend a good $1 million on. We've spent
almost $4 million on Juror.
Well, purchasing the land, but in terms of development, we're going to spend quite a bit of money on developing that land. 2.6. Yeah. So we're spending millions of dollars just like across the street from each other. This just feels like we're park happy.
Dean, you made that point so thoughtfully at the FinCom, and I've thought a lot about it, since you've made it. I think that when we have an opportunity for the people living around that area, we're about to, I'm going to use a strong word right now, but to desecrate that whole area and chew it up, while the Junction Village is built. A gesture of making that a more habitable space and making the rabbit warren and the thicket of woods around it more accessible. I think is a thoughtful gesture on our part. I may not have.
I made my point.
Your point is.
We're saying this year, 200,000, but the slide says multi-year, and now the number is 1.5 million is the expectation. That's a big project. That's close to the kind of capital project rising to the level of needing capital review.
You are right. And I trust, I trust that there will be a fundraising effort on the part of the West Concord Village Group as well. And certainly CPC would recommend that, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Anyone else on FinCom? Okay, no? In the townhouse, are there questions? Yes.
Good evening, Edward Perry, 362 Bedford Street. Could I get a clarification on your item C as to what the figure is for that?
The old man's?
Correct.
It's for essentially painting, scraping.
The dollar figure, please.
The dollar figure is $38,500.
Okay, I think I knew.
There was a discrepancy in the slide. I think there was a different number in the slide.
There is a different number in the slide.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry that I didn't notice that, Ned. I probably should have.
For your presentation at town meeting.
I better make sure it's right.
Thank you.
Okay. All the wonderful advice. Any other wonderful advice? Yes.
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street, member of the Select Board, speak for myself. It strikes me just looking in particular at the Timothy Wheeler house and at the old manse. Maybe it's just the pictures that were shown in the presentation or the description, but some of those items, they seem more like routine maintenance items than they do historic preservation. And I feel like that the purpose of the funding is intended to be historic preservation, but it's hard to understand, if we're providing this sort of regular maintenance for these buildings, I don't know, it doesn't feel right.
Matt, that's a really good question, and we actually spent quite a bit of time talking with the lawyers about that very thing, because the CPC may not give funding for routine maintenance. If you look at the 110 Walden Street, it's much more than just routine maintenance. There's a little bit of painting going on, but there's all sorts of incongruities in that building that they've been, working on a 4-year plan to really get that building so that it's, healthy, safe, and useful. So in that sense, although there is some painting going on, that's hardly how most of that money will be spent. In the old manse, there was a lot of discussion with our lawyer and with the state about that very question. And it ends up that the structure itself is at risk. So this is not, if you go and look at the structure, you'll see that where the painting and other thing, it says painting, but what it really is going to be the reconstruction of eaves and places where birds have moved in, and the roof is in danger. This is a significant, as you know, historic property in the town of Concord, and the trustees of reservations are spending, really giving most of the money to take care of this building, but our ability to help them in that endeavor, it seemed to the committee in the end not imprudent.
Yeah, I'm unlike a lot of Concord residents. I have a house that's 130 years old, and it has bats in the belfry and everything.
Wait, did you say you have bats in your belfry, Matt?
Yeah.
I always wondered.
I guess when we take on these properties, that they have significant maintenance.
Of course,
that comes with them.
Of course, they do.
I guess. I don't know if I should be putting in an application next year.
Well, do, and who knows, Matt? We may be right up there. We have a 250-year-old home. And we know what it's like to take care of a very ancient property. I think that these are not easy decisions that buildings like that make. And I think that for whatever reason, they've fallen way behind, and now the structure itself is in jeopardy.
Right, but it seems sometimes we're more creating a subsidy for organizations as opposed to providing historic preservation. And I guess that's the slippery slope that we need to be very careful about not sliding down.
Well, your prudence is wise.
Okay, and then a second point, which was on the Assabet River Bluff. When I looked at Ms. Kay's presentation and yours, you cited $1 million item. I had seen a line item of 700,000 on hers. Maybe there were multiple columns or something.
700 and 300,000. 700,000
for the.
No, collectively it's $1 million. It's 700,000 for the conservation land and 300,000 for the almost 1 acre property for the.
So when we talk
housing.
about getting the value for our money of the open space, it's kind of almost up to the allocation that we make in the CPC. You know, I mean, we could decide that the CPC was going to put in 100,000 for open space and 900,000 for affordable housing. Right? I mean.
Well, we relied very heavily on the evaluation of the land. And we leaned on that evaluation to determine the percentage that would go toward open space and the percentage that would go toward the almost 1 acre plot. If that land were on the marketplace, Matt, which it hopefully will never be, but if that land is on the open marketplace, $700,000 for that, that's large. Recreation and park space. Oops, I guess I shouldn't say park space because where's Dean? So that recreation space, $700,000 for that space abutting, and incidentally the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. But that space would be a great deal more.
Yeah, I guess I do understand that, but I just think of the very tiny amount of property that's left for affordable housing on a very prime site for affordable housing, you know, near our village center. And it just seems, I share Mary Hartman's view that it seems like the hardest thing to find in Concord is a site.
Absolutely.
And here's one. And we have the opportunity to take it, and we're only going to get a couple of 3 incremental units out of it. And it just seems like a whole lot of money to spend just to get the site to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Matt, I think Keith Bergman is the one who's been a mentor for me in all of this, because he argues that, I mean, look at the questions that were asked when Delia presented. Do we know we're going to have enough money to build affordable housing on that property? I mean, building just affordable housing is an expensive endeavor, and finding people who can underwrite that and make it possible is always a challenge. Now, Keith has
well, I mean, we can always put it in the open space later.
Well, we can.
But if it goes into perpetual status as open space, it cannot be changed. You know, we're eliminating our option.
Right. Well, we went by the guidance of of Marcia Rasmussen and her team as to the division of that land. You know, you make a very good comment, and so does Mary. And I will take all of this back to CPC. At our next meeting. I don't suspect there'll be a profound change because of the economics of trying to build affordable housing. And so, I mean, yes, you could build affordable housing if you took a big spot of land and had a developer come in and build a big property there, make a lot of money on it, and then, oh, by the by, build some affordable housing. But that would be, you know, contrary to the spirit of what we hope will happen there, so.
Diane, we have one other question from a FinCom member.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's
I apologize.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. Just a comment. From the tenor of the comments that you're getting, I think it's going to be important in your town meeting presentation to emphasize the public benefit to each of these projects, because the theme I'm hearing through the comments is concern that we are subsidizing the activities of other organizations that are not stepping forward to do their own work necessarily. So, for example, it would be useful to know how much of a contribution the church is making to the very extensive work at Wright Tavern.
That's a very good idea.
I mean, so that kind of specificity, and that sort of that informing the citizens about the the other contributions that are being made and the specific public benefit that CPC has determined we, the town of Concord, will get from this, the investment of this money, I think would be helpful.
I think that's really wise. Thank you. We'll do that.
Okay.
I think it would be beneficial for us and for you. I mean, for the town.
Okay. Are there any other questions in the townhouse? Are there any questions on Zoom?
No.
No? No. Okay, thank you, Diane. Okay, we'll move now to Article 27, amend departmental revolving funds bylaw. Carrie LaFleur.
Thank you. These next two articles should go by fairly quickly. The first is to seek to amend the 2018 bylaw permanently establishing revolving funds as required under the Municipal Modernization Act of 2016. Next slide. Revolving funds provide for separate accounting of departmental fees used to support departmental programs. Revolving funds are authorized under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2, and they must be established by town meeting, and their annual budgets must also be appropriated by town meeting.
Sorry.
Next slide. Revolving funds already exist for tree preservation, regional housing services, road repair, and senior services. This article seeks to create a fifth revolving fund for the visitor center and tourism. This fund would be used to receive fees, charges, or other monies for programs, events, tours, and trips, and to pay associated expenses. The budget for this revolving fund would then be authorized annually in the same manner as the other revolving funds established under this bylaw. And that's it on this article.
Great. Any FinCom questions on this article? No? Any questions in the townhouse on this article? Any questions on Zoom, Chris?
No.
No. Okay, we'll move then to Article 28, authorize expenditure of revolving funds under Mass General laws.
And then this article seeks to establish the annual spending limits for the revolving funds. Chris, you can just go to slide 2. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2 requires that annual spending limits be set by town meeting for certain revolving funds. Revolving funds authorized under other sections of Mass General Law, such as the the Recreation Revolving Fund, do not require annual appropriation. Slide 3. This article seeks to establish annual spending limits for the following 5 revolving funds: Regional Housing Services, $325,000, road repair, $120,000, Senior Services, $45,000, tree preservation, $50,000, and then the new ones, Visitor Center and Tourism, $70,000. Slide 4, revolving fund receipts come in the form of fees, fines, and donations. Spending goes to supplement existing departmental programs and services, including, slide 5, pavement preservation activities, day trips, and other recreational activities for seniors, services performed through the Regional Housing Services Office, such as consulting on proposed housing projects, reconciliation of the subsidized housing inventory, and other monitoring of existing affordable housing units, and providing tours and programs through the visitor center. And that is the end of that presentation.
Any questions from FinCom? I don't see any. Any questions in the townhouse on this article? No. Any questions on Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go now to Article 46, Citizen Petition, the Reformatory Branch Trail Feasibility Study, and Phil Posner. I see Phil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Philip Posner. I live at 223 Losbrook Road. I'm a member of the town's Transportation Advisory Committee, the TAC. However, tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf as a town resident, and my comments do not reflect any policy or decision or deliberation of the TAC. Thank you again for the opportunity to present my petition, why I think it's a good idea and in the public interest, consistent with the town's existing policies and an appropriate expenditure of public funds. Before getting into the slideshow, I want to say again to the committee that every journey begins with a step. Every bike ride begins with the first turn of the pedals. Every trip in a wheelchair with a push or a pull. Got to start somewhere. And I ask that the Finance Committee support my petition because this is a start. It's not a finish. It's not the end. This petition asks the town appropriate funds to study and document the current conditions of the man-made former railroad line constructed more than 120 years ago that you see depicted on this first slide. The funding would provide funds, as the town manager directs, to engage qualified consultants to ask questions, investigate current conditions, and make suggestions and present ideas to the public in a manner that will facilitate debate and make decisions based on facts and data, not based on speculation and emotion. The idea is analogous to the request made by the CPC committee to fund planning for the recreation facilities. And coincidentally, it's the same amount because that's what it costs to hire qualified people to do this kind of work. The petition, if funded, the article, if funded, wouldn't make any prejudgments about what to do. It's not a construction project. It's not suggesting that we have one design or another. But it is time that we start planning, and planning with professional help will help us get the job done in a good way. I have sent over a couple of documents that perhaps Chris Carmody can put up on the screen before we continue with the slideshow. I'm not sure if Chris can do that. Chris, can you switch over for a second to that document, which is a section from the Envision 2030 Concord study? If you can't, just let me know and I'll just read it. And if you can just scroll down just a little bit, I have highlighted in red the section that's relevant. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is a section of section 4.5 of the Envision Concord Master Planning Study, which was completed several years ago. Goal number 3 of the planning study was to create safe, cost-effective walking and bicycling connections between key pedestrian and bicycling paths to improve mobility around Concord. The reason why I included it in the materials this evening is to advise you that this idea does not come out of the blue. It's not something that's out of left field, but is grounded in multiple planning studies undertaken by the town, commencing at least as far back as 2014 with the Board of Health Healthy Concord study, all of which suggested that we create infrastructure that promotes active transportation. That's a buzzword, active transportation that promotes walking and bicycling for getting around town. Chris, if you can move to the next document, which was a letter from our Public Works Director. And members of the committee, of course, this is all in the public record already, but hopefully this can be made available to you. And if Chris, if you can scroll down a little bit. This letter was dated in November of 2020. It was correspondence from Director Cathcart to the director of the DPW in Bedford with regard to the extension of the Minuteman Bikeway. As you can see from the letter, Director Cathcart supported the regional significance of the Minuteman Bikeway and its proposal to extend that trail to the Concord line. This letter also confirms that the Reformatory Branch Trail is a trail of regional significance. This isn't a little woods trail that was created as a walking path or a former animal path. This was a railroad line that was created more than 120 years ago to provide transportation of people and goods from Cambridge to Concord, and then eventually to what is now the prison. This resource has been used as a multi-use recreational path for years. In fact, what my proposal is not to create a recreational path, but to improve what's already there and has already been used by people and enjoyed by people, both bicyclists, walkers, folks seeking nature, and folks seeking to get from here to there for many years. Chris, can you go back up to the slide so I can just cruise through it, because you folks have heard this before. As I mentioned, the Reformatory Branch Trail runs from the Bedford Town line and presently to Lowell Road. It's owned by the town and controlled in part by the DPW and in part by the Natural Resources Commission. Next slide, please. Folks who have been over there can see just what you would see on a typical day in the spring or summer on the Reformatory Branch. Next slide, please. Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Looks like we got some technical difficulties.
Reload it.
That's not creating that problem. It's touching here.
If it's blank, you can let me share the screen, and I've got the slides here too. Let me know.
That's fine. That's fine.
Chris, do you want me to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay. As I said earlier, the Reformatory Branch and other areas in town have been studied repeatedly by the town in various planning studies, including the Healthy Concord study of 2014, the Complete Streets Plan of 2018, the Climate Action Plan of 2020, and I also make reference to the director's letter. As I mentioned earlier, the Reformatory Branch Trail provides access to Concord Center by foot, bike, and other carbon-free mobility modes. Its improvement aligns with our climate action goals. Improvements to grading, drainage, and surface conditions may be accomplished without asphalt or other paving. However, improvements are necessary for safety and accessibility. As I mentioned in my other presentations, wildlife habitat must and will be protected in any actual project. For those who haven't seen this presentation or haven't been to the trail, the issue with the trail, notwithstanding its beauty and its serenity, is that in many places, it's muddy, it has a poorly stabilized trail surface, There's poor drainage in many sections. There are trees growing in the middle of the trail and metal hatches that present hazards to people. There's a cracked, steep drop-off at Treatment Plant Road, which makes accessibility for people with mobility challenges dangerous. Many of the grades are too steep and trail conditions too poor for conditions with mobility challenges. Folks, safety, welcoming, and accessibility are appropriate goals for this type of facility. And here's what I'm talking about. So you can see on the left, that's Treatment Plant Road, and you can see, it's a little hard to tell, but there's approximately a 4-foot drop-off in less than 20 feet. That's too steep for someone to navigate on a mobility device or a wheelchair. On the right, you can see how muddy the trail is after it rains. Now you can get an even closer and better view. In the middle of the trail, there are metal hatches because the town's public sewer main runs from Concord Center down to the treatment plant under the trail itself. This slide had a movie, and I'll just describe what you would see if you were to go over today to Walden Street in front of the Walden Reservation. The Commonwealth recently installed a firm surface path that's very similar to stone dust, but it's the type of path that could be installed as a surface, just as a suggestion, which is not asphalt, but it's also not stone dust, so it doesn't require a lot of maintenance. Kind of have it both ways. Folks will have an opportunity to take a look at these slides, but the Commonwealth has provided a great deal of information about why multi-use trails are helpful for our local economy and important for the environment. Multi-use trails generate money. They bring folks to town without having to drive their cars. And as you can see, on the right-hand side of the screen, close to the center, the Minuteman Trail created jobs and had a total economic impact of $2.6 million in the town of Lexington, just as an example of its economic benefit based on the state's metrics. On the left side of the screen, you can get an idea of the difference between a bike trip and a car trip when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. Part of why I'm here today is because this is a beautiful recreational resource that enhances our town. But it is also part of a bigger picture of active transportation. It's a step in the right direction so that we can help solve the climate crisis at the grassroots level. There's lots of discussion in the town about what we can do to add or to help with the climate crisis. Creating a safe and welcoming and accessible multi-use trail in this location is an element in that effort. As I said at the beginning of this, Bedford is scheduled to commence construction of its section of the trail in 2024. That's going to bring more bikes and pedestrians to Concord. It's happening. It's not a theory. It's not out there somewhere. It's going to happen. It's funded. It's being built by the state. A public forum and the feasibility study that would be funded by my citizen petition warrant article provides an opportunity for all Concord residents to participate in discussing how Concord can manage and plan for what is going to be happening at the town line. Funding's necessary to have a robust planning process, just like it was necessary for the Recreation Committee. Funding is available through already appropriated funds. current state grants, new funds from the 2021 Federal Infrastructure Bill, which is specifically focused on active transportation networks. But generally speaking, funding of that nature is based on reimbursement for appropriated state, local funds. We need to take a step in the right direction. We need to make a commitment to doing something, not just talking about it. My request of the committee is that they support this warrant article because it is doing something and not just talking about it. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your interest. Happy to accept any questions or answer any questions that I might be able to this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Posner. Does FinCom have any questions for Mr. Posner on this article?
I do. I have a quick question.
Oh, Mary, yes, please.
Mr. Posner, you said that Bedford has in fact got funding for the entire trail right up to the border of Concord?
Actually, just to be clear, the trail project is a project of the Commonwealth, of the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. So the Commonwealth is building the trail, and the Commonwealth is providing the funding for the construction. To answer the second half of the question, the final design provides for a concrete path to be constructed approximately 800 feet north and west of Route 62. So it would be sort of on the Concord side of Route 62, if you can imagine it, but would not go all the way to the town line. The original proposal was to extend the asphalt to the town line, but the final approved design plans by the Commonwealth are about 800 feet short of the Concord town line.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood. So does Bedford have the fund? Is there going to be a trail coming through Bedford up to the Concord town line? Has the funding been procured for that? Is that in the works?
Yes. The funding is on what's called the TIP, which is the state's buzzword for the funding program for projects of this nature.
So the state's funding it and not the town of Bedford?
That is correct. The funding is coming from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is the proponent of the plan. The Commonwealth will procure the construction contract. They'll oversee the construction itself and the entire process.
Then I guess, because I saw several warrant articles on the Bedford town meeting asking for specific easements and funding for portions of that trail. So I'm a little bit confused about this information about the TIP. And I guess I'm wondering if the TIP is going to fund it for Bedford, why wouldn't it fund it for Concord as well? So I guess I'm a little bit confused.
So the deal that was struck between the town and the Commonwealth was that the Commonwealth would pay for, I think, approximately $9 million of construction improvements along the length of the trail from where it would commence near the Bedford High School to just past Route 62. The town of Bedford is responsible for paying for various construction and permanent easements which are adjacent to the trail. And the warrant article on the spring town meeting for the town of Bedford is to purchase those temporary and permanent easements.
Which are necessary for the trail, or
which are necessary for the trail, absolutely. I can say
so that in fact they really don't have everything they need to bring the trail to the Concord border. If they're still looking for money at their town meeting to get funding for easements in order to enable the trail. I'm just trying to get clear.
I think that is a fair comment, absolutely. But I think it's also fair to put it into context. The town of Bedford has been working on this project, I would say somewhere between 12 and 14 years. The town has repeatedly voted to appropriate funds at each step along the way in order to bring this project to fruition, similar to the way that the town of Concord appropriated funds at various steps along the way to create the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. Similar way that the Commonwealth has paid the vast majority of funding for the construction of that project. I think there are 2 points that are relevant. The first is that the TIP is a funding mechanism that the Commonwealth uses for projects of this nature. The funding is allocated by the Federal Department of Transportation to the states, and the states then allocated to various projects. This project, assuming that the town of Bedford approves the easement acquisitions, will be put out to bid by the Commonwealth this summer, according to the project manager for the Massachusetts Department of Transportation that I spoke with in the last couple of months. So there's a plan, there's a schedule, they have a bid process, and that bid process will commence approximately in August or September of this year, assuming that the town moves forward with its step.
But they still have steps that they haven't completed.
One step, that's correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have questions on FinCom? Comments or questions from the townhouse?
Bedford Street.
That's off.
We try that again. Good evening, Ned Perry, 362 Bedford Street.
It's on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Posner, for your presentation. I'm wondering whether after, and this, I guess, shows some of my history in town, why, with all the information you present, you don't talk about the 1995 decision that was made after a public process and comment from the community that the town would keep the trail in its present natural state. Is there a reason why you haven't mentioned that in your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Perry. In fact, there was a 1995 study, and that study suggested that the trail remained as it was at that time. I guess the only way I can respond to something like that is that in 1995, when my daughter was 6, the idea of climate change was very far from my mind. I have to say, I'm going to brag this evening, so I'm hoping you folks will just indulge me. In 1995, my daughter was 6. Tonight, she's 32, and her first child is going to be born any minute now. I'm so excited. But I will say, my grandson's going to be born into a different world. As I said, in 1995, we weren't thinking about climate change. The traffic problems weren't what they were. People didn't have a notion of active transportation. We didn't have a $1 trillion transportation bill, which just got passed, with hundreds of millions of dollars, which have been allocated specifically for active transportation projects. In sum, the world has changed around us. Things aren't what they were. One of the things that I think is really important about this, Mr. Perry, and I certainly respect how long you've been here and your opinion. And I think this is the kind of thing that is certainly appropriate for discussion and debate in a good process, which is why I'm hoping that the town will support this. But I will say, just in rejoinder to your comment, the reformatory branch is already, and it's already a multi-use path. It's already being used in the fashion that is going to be similar in some respects to the way that the Bedford section is being used. The issue for me is that while certainly many places of it are just sublime and I just love them, there are many other places that are broken and dangerous for other people. And that's really one of the issues that motivates me to push on this. If I, as a strong cyclist, I can navigate any section of that trail in almost any weather. But in 10 years, things may be different for me. If I was challenged in mobility, like many people, like many seniors, and I guess I'm one of them, the challenges to their access to the trail are insurmountable. They simply can't use it in the condition that it is today. I can take a look at the trail and say, you know, I can conquer it in any weather, even in the snow. But other folks, if there's even a rainstorm, they just can't use it. And that's why I think we need to start talking and thinking about this in an informed way with experts who are available to guide us, not to change the aesthetics of the trail, which are wonderful, but to change how the trail is graded, how it's drained, and how it can be made accessible to people who might enjoy it in a somewhat different condition.
Thank you, Mr. Posner. I guess that's the long answer to the question is why you didn't reference the 1995 study. Being on the Transportation Advisory Committee, I'm wondering why you didn't reference the discussion that the Transportation Advisory Committee has had about doing a study for Bedford Street to bring the bikes along Bedford Street to town center rather than dumping them out onto Lowell Road or Monument Street. And that's my final question. Thank you very much.
So just to respond, I will say that this particular issue is going to be the subject of discussion at the next Transportation Advisory Committee meeting, which is on Monday evening, and I'll make a presentation there. I will also make presentations before the League of Women Voters and in almost any other public forum that will hear me speak. There are many issues that are out there. There's no question that there are alternatives, there are costs, there are challenges, and there are benefits. My hope is that folks will agree that it's prudent to plan. It's prudent to talk. It's prudent to take some action so that we can deal with the challenges of the 21st century. It's prudent because that's what Concord does. It takes action. This is a great town. That's a great spot.
I'm Susan Bates. I'm a select board member, but this question is just from me. The first article that we discussed tonight was about needing to identify the source. If you're requesting funding, that you need to identify the source of that. And I wondered what your response to that would be. And an additional comment is, this sounds like a great CPC application for next year. Given that we were at the end of the budgeting process for this fiscal year. Thank you.
So I'll give the same response that was given earlier this evening. I think it's incumbent upon me as the proponent of the article to identify funding for the town meeting. I can say that at the last meeting, I suggested that this could be available from the levy. I understand that free cash is not going to be available after inquiring about that. I certainly can identify multiple funding sources through grants that are available from the state, but would require an appropriation by the town meeting in order to be eligible for reimbursement. And just briefly, so you've heard them, funding of this nature could be provided through what's called the Mass Trails Grant from the Department of Conservation and Recreation. It could be available for funding through a Shared Streets and Spaces grant. It could be available through complete streets funding from Mass Department of Transportation. It could be available from any number of other probably newly developed, publicly available sources, which will be created in reaction to the $1 trillion federal infrastructure bill, which has been passed and which will provide funding for projects of this nature, originally from the federal government and then through the state. I want to say one other thing. I haven't mentioned, scads of issues. And I know that there are scads of issues. And I think, a conversation with the Finance Committee is really focused on where are we going to get the money, and is this the prudent expenditure of public funds and in the public interest. I hope you folks don't think that I'm trying to ignore or to give short shrift to important issues like wildlife protection, important issues like protecting the neighbors who live close by to the trail, to their privacy and their sense of security. I think those are all important issues, and that an appropriate place to discuss them would be in the types of public meetings and through a process that would result in the feasibility study. It's hard to hit on every issue.
Okay. I want to keep going to the questions, all right?
Sure. Of course.
Siragan Galis, 62 Prescott Road. Suggestions that we need a consultant in order to have a public discussion, I think, are very much putting the cart before the horse on this. Rather than contributing to an open public process, I'm very concerned that approaching it this way is going to bias the discussion towards recommending major alterations. I don't see any consensus in Concord that this is the approach that we ought to take with this trail, which, as you said, is a functioning multi-use trail, well loved by many people, both inside and outside of Concord, as it is. I would also like to say, I was 12 years old in 1995, and I was thinking about the environment then, and I still am. And I don't know why, if bicycle connection is the question, whether we aren't looking at alternatives like routing bicycles more safely along Route 62. As you've already said, bicycles are already using the Reformatory Branch Trail as well. It's just a question of accommodation of fast biking. But I really think there are other alternatives here. I think a public discussion that is really open to all points of view, including the point of view that we should take a light hand in approaching this, is what we need, and not starting with an engineering consultant. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions in the townhouse?
Thank you.
Can you lower that for Ms.?
Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road. It's good. I think it's good. It was good before. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to add a little more. 62 Prescott Road, Tanya Galis. Is there an echo? No. Okay. A little more history to add to this discussion. This issue has been discussed in town committees in very open public meetings, and there is no reason more of that will not happen. So this issue that we have to have an open discussion is moot because we are having open discussions. In October 2020, the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail Committee chairs wanted to extend their charge to connect with the Minuteman Bikeway extension, so they asked the select board to extend their charge to include the Reformatory Branch Trail. And then there was a quorum glitch, so then they reiterated in February that they just wanted the select board to do something because they said Bedford had secured funding to the Concord line, when that wasn't exactly the case. The funding in Bedford is only to 800 feet to Concord line. So meanwhile, when we were researching the Bedford plans, we ran into a November 2020 meeting with the Bedford Bicycling Advisory Committee, and Mr. Posner and the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail Committee co-chairs discussing in the Bedford Committee's meeting plans to coordinate efforts to convince the mutual publics in Bedford and in Concord to pave the entire Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, to entirely reformatory branch trail as the Minuteman Bikeway extension. Mr. Posner said we need to discuss this issue without emotion or something. First of all, there is nothing wrong with emotion. We all start from emotion when we express our values and desires. And if you want to see emotion, watch that video, okay? So, the Bedford people said that if they could if they could promise that Concord would also extend the Minuteman Bikeway, they would get more funding, they would get more support in Bedford. Meanwhile, they also said that, and we can use Bedford as an excuse in Concord. Mr. Posner also says there that, oh, we can highlight that this rail trail is not virgin territory, which is exactly what it is tonight. I think enough was said about well, maybe not. The Bedford town meeting actually, in addition to an article about easements and eminent domain issues as well, is asking their community preservation committee for $1.5 million this year for this Minuteman Bikeway extension project. And the state grants do require 20% contribution from the towns and the rest upfront payment to be reimbursed. And as Mr. Posner said, they require community commitment, and the investment in Article 46 would be this community interest or commitment. It will also signal to Bedford that Concord is now discussing the Minuteman Bikeway and make it easier for them to actually pave to the Concord line. State grants favor hard surfacing. That was stated in a seminar by MAPC. It was stated by the state representative, representative from the state. And so I think these should be, and as far as climate change goes, preserving nature, preserving trees, preserving the environment in that way is a big part of climate change that gets often ignored or downplayed. So I would wish that regional bikeway interests should ask towns what they can provide for connections instead of targeting this or that trail in a community. When you ask your neighbor for, let's say, some food or something, you don't go to their refrigerator and say, I want this item. You ask for food. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions in the townhouse? Are there any comments or questions on Zoom, Chris?
There's two. I think Nancy Cronin is first up.
I think that's a yes. Here we go. Hello?
Yes.
Yes?
My hand is raised.
Yes, you're on the screen.
Okay. My name is Nancy Cronin. I live at 216 Garfield Road. And I walk on the trail that we're speaking of very often. But I wonder whether people are aware that the 1995 committee that studied whether to pave the reformatory trail came up with their decision not to, mainly because the people at Great Meadows, that is the national organization in charge of Great Meadows, was mostly concerned that if there were more bicycles, it would get more on the trail. That is on a paved trail that is connected with the Minuteman Trail, that it would bring more people to Great Meadows. And they were not very eager to see a lot more people at Great Meadows, even though it's wonderful that they can see the place and the rivers, the special place that Great Meadows is. But it was felt that it was not a good idea to bring more people there. So that was why they just decided mainly not to agree to paving the Reformatory Trail. Thank you.
Any other comments, Chris?
I believe Ms. Quackenbush.
Yeah, thank you. Ellen Quackenbush, 206 Prairie Street. First, I'm gonna reorder some of my comments and echo what Nancy just finished saying. The Fish and Wildlife Service is installing a gate at Concord to limit the car traffic to 21 cars, which happens to be the number of car slots at the Concord site, because they're concerned about traffic to the refuge. So there is a tangible, not 1995, but current dates going in spring of this year, action that Fish and Wildlife is taking to preserve Great Meadows because they're concerned about traffic. Certainly increased traffic, increased speed of traffic is a concern for Great Meadows. It's also a concern for Moore Swamp, which is also adjacent to a Reformatory branch. So it's very easy to, Mr. Posner's presentation, I think, had maybe one line about protecting wildlife. It's really more than that. I think that hiring an engineering firm and specifically charging this feasibility study to study grading and drainage is the wrong approach. It's not the best first approach, because if you hire an engineering firm, you're going to hear talks about grading and drainage, not about the whole panoply of issues around the Reformatory branch. The next thing is Brian Windmiller, who is an expert at landing turtles, which was mentioned in one of the other presentations, which is an endangered species. He wrote a very detailed 3-page letter to the Trails Committee expressing his concern over the impact of increased speed and usage of users on the Reformatory branch. Brian has worked with citizens, school children, and CCH students for the last 20 years to increase the viability of the Blandings turtles, increasing the population from 135 to 300. He is extremely concerned about any changes to the Reformatory branch and is cautioning that the changes that would protect the Blandings turtle would be extremely expensive and very different than anything Bedford is considering. So I really think we should step back, not do an engineering feasibility study, and do a needs assessment led by somebody, experts in environmental aspects, to really fully recognize the gem that Great Meadows is, and not go jump right into a solution of grading and drainage and hire an engineering firm. That might be the next step, but that's a solution. That's not really a needs assessment and assessing what the problems might be. Thank you.
Anyone else, Chris, on Zoom with a question or a comment?
No.
I think that was a no, I think. Okay, so that moves us to Article 47. Citizen petition preserve Concord's Reformatory Branch Trail, and Mark Galis is presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mark Galis, 62 Prescott Road. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss Article 47. The aim of Article 47 is to help us preserve this special and valuable natural trail in town. The wording of the article is in two parts. The first part is, next slide please, to determine whether the town will recommend to the owners of the various portions of the Reformatory Branch Trail in Concord and to the individuals and entities and all other parties responsible for the care thereof, that the trail continue to be maintained in an unpaved, natural condition for walking, hiking, jogging, dog walking, nature immersion, nature observation, photography, and cycling. The second part of Article 47 offers some simple guidelines. Next slide. And that any future changes made to drainage, to features affecting individuals with reduced mobility, or to other aspects of the trail, be done in a way that causes the least injury possible to existing trees, does not clear-cut trees to make the trail wider, and preserves, to the greatest extent possible, the existing natural characteristics of the trail, or take any other action relative thereto. Why protect this trail? Next slide. Concord's Reformatory Branch Trail is a gem of natural beauty and endangered species habitat. This town asset is currently enjoyed by a wide range of users, including walkers, joggers, dog walkers, bird watchers from all over, and cyclists of all levels and ages. In light of recent threats to the survival of this exemplar of a mixed-use natural trail, this article reaffirms the town's commitment to protect and preserve it. Who is taking care of this trail now? Next slide. Concord's Reformatory Branch Trail is maintained by the Concord Trails Committee and its trail stewards, with assistance from the Division of Natural Resources and the Department of Public Works. A trail guide and map of this trail are found on the town's Division of Natural Resources webpage. The town of Concord has considered the use of this particular trail before. Next slide. Concord's 1995 Bikeways Task Force report stated, quote, "The goal should be the reservation of this trail for passive pedestrian use," unquote, for reasons that are still true. Impact on endangered species habitat and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service concerns for capacity at Great Meadows, which has recently been reconfirmed. Great Meadows prefers that no change be made in the trail. Next slide. The trail today is multi-use and preferred in its current form by pedestrians, joggers, dog walkers, hikers, and many cyclists of all levels of experience. However, it may be under threat. Maybe I don't have to make this point, but I'll make it anyway. Next slide. Concord's Reformatory Branch Trail has been discussed outside of Concord by special interests who want to make it an extension of the Minutemen Bikeway. If they really want a connection from Bedford to Concord Center, and beyond to West Concord, I think they should bring that out by itself for Concord to decide openly what that connection should be, where it should be, and whether there are ways to get more cars off the road and use already paved surfaces. That's just my opinion. These discussions outside of Concord do not prioritize protection of wildlife or preservation of the natural characteristics of the trail that provide us with nature immersion and nature education benefits. Next slide. The Metropolitan Area Planning Council on its trail map of regional trails, labels Concord's Reformatory Branch Trail with the inaccurate, unimproved path image on the left. I think this implies that totally unwalkable and in need of improvement, unbikeable, but that's not true. Instead of the more accurate natural surface footway on the right, which is another available marking there on their trail map. So they're kind of out of touch with local knowledge and conditions, but they have a grand plan. Next slide. The November 4th, 2020 meeting of the Bedford Bicycle Advisory Committee included a collaborative discussion with some Concord participants on strategies to extend the Minuteman Bikeway into Concord Center. Quote, "We will get support in Bedford if we promise that it will go into Concord," unquote. Next slide. This is important. Here on this map, I've put in a broad red line to indicate the general location of this trail. Due to human and nature's action over the years, the present path of the trail varies in interesting ways from a straight line. And it passes through different types of natural areas and also passes some farmland. It is important to note, very important, that almost 1 mile of the trail is directly adjacent to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's Great Meadows National Wildlife Refuge, whose large water impoundment is shown in darker green at the top, just below the meandering Concord River. Very importantly, as you can see from this image, the trail is embedded directly in an area of rare species habitat, all of the area in hatched light green. Next slide. These local rare species are in our care. They are our responsibility. For further information and how we can help protect it, go to the website, savetherbt.com. It's undergoing some updating, which it urgently needs. Please continue to check it for more news. Next slide. This trail, in its present state, teaches us about nature's powers of recovery and renewal. To me, this is an important lesson. Last slide. Please lend your support to Article 47. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from FinCom? Greg?
Yeah, I got one question here. Are you asking the town just to send a letter in this current form? Because I'm not sure if the town has any ability to enforce any of the things that you're asking for. So are you literally just asking for it to send this note to the owners and everybody that's included along that pathway?
It gives an opportunity at town meeting for those gathered to make a recommendation of values, a kind of a principled statement of the value of this trail and of preferences, but it is a recommendation. It is not a, financial commitment or legal requirement. It's the kind of sense of the town as presented at town meeting. At least that's how I understand it. Does that answer your question, or am I not being clear?
It'll be different than the words that are written in this warrant.
Well, I was told by the moderator that I would need to identify the relevant parties, but it would still have the wording, I believe, whether the town will recommend to the owners that they kind of take this into serious consideration in terms of preserving both the impact, reduce the impact on the rare species habitat by not changing things in a very dramatic, over-engineered way. But also, if you look up online, you search for nature immersion, et cetera, you can.
If you were asking for this particular paragraph here, or you were writing another. I totally got your.
I think I'm not intending to change it, but I'm open to all kinds of suggestions, and I might change it. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from FinCom? No? Any questions from the townhouse participants? Any questions on Zoom, Chris?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Case.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Article 48, unpaid bills. Carrie LaFleur.
So these next two articles, there is no motion anticipated.
Okay, so that's 48 and 49. Those are the last two articles to be covered at the hearing. So I will take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you, the hearing is adjourned.
All right.
We're going to start the regular FinCom meeting. Can I have a motion to bring that meeting to order?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're going to open up that meeting. So the agenda, if I can find it here, that meeting is just discussion about the articles and conclusion about whether any we would like to vote on this evening in terms of our position. So generally our position is either affirmative action or no action on the articles. So I'm going to make, thank you, maybe I'll take a walk through the items that we heard tonight and get a sense from the committee if there are items that we're ready to take a vote on. Would that work? Some we may, some we may not. Okay, is that good?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. How about Article 3? Are we feeling ready to vote on that?
Yes.
Ready.
Okay. Right, that one's,
Affirmative action.
okay, right, so hold on, I'm just gonna run through the list because I'm gonna try and do them, I'm gonna group them if I can.
Good.
How about Article 7?
Yes.
We feeling good about that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. How about Article 8 and Article 9?
Yes.
Yes, people
Yes.
feeling good about that one? Okay. How about Article 10? Anybody who doesn't want to vote on Article 10? Okay. How about 11 and 12?
Yep.
Good? Yep.
13 and 14?
Yes.
Yep.
15 was withdrawn. 24, are we ready on 24, or is there further discussion on 24?
I think we should have to wait.
I agree. I think 24, we should wait, because we really don't know the source of funding yet, so I'd
Exactly.
like to wait on 24.
Good.
That's all right. 25, which is the Assabet River Bluff Preservation Project, which for us is the $500,000 that's being allocated to it. Are we ready on that, or do you want to wait?
Yeah, I am.
Are people ready?
No.
No? Dee wants to wait on that. What do you want to wait for, Dee? Is there something else we want to hear, or?
I think I'd like to hear, I'm sure it's going to come up before other groups.
Okay, we can
And
hold.
I'd like to,
We can hold. We have time. We can hold on 25. That's okay.
Well, that, would Dee, was that, do you think that'll be coming up at the planning board hearing?
I'm not sure if it's going to be, it doesn't say that it's there.
I know.
No, it's our hearing.
Okay, that's kind of.
We're the hearing.
Yeah,
We're
we're the hearing,
We're
so
it.
you're not going to have it as a hearing anywhere else. That's correct. That's right. That's right. So that's the question. If you want more time to discuss it, we can wait. It's a big article. I'm okay waiting if you want. We have time.
Well, I think if we're not going to have further discussion, then why does waiting help?
Well, we could have further discussion. We
We
won't
haven't
have
had
further
any.
presentations.
Yeah. All right, then I think we hold on 25. How about the CPC? We had a lot of discussion both at FinCom and then this evening.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
wait,
we're ready? Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, people are ready on that. Are we going to do that, do we do that line by line, or we do it all together?
No, you just do it as.
We do it all together.
Unless somebody wants to pull it.
Right, okay, so I just wanted to
Someone
know.
might pull it, but in getting it onto the consent agenda is really nice.
That's not our call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we approve it, then it'll help.
Yes, correct, that's
Makes it
right.
more
You're right.
likely,
Good
yes.
point, good point. I think we are. So 26 we'll vote on. 27 and 28, I assume we're okay on those. Those are administrative.
Yep.
46, I would like to hold on 46 because Trails Committee hasn't voted on it. There are other people in town that Mr. Posner is still presenting to. So I would like to hold on that one, but, you know, I'm interested in what the committee thinks. I mean, our interest is really around the 75,000 more than anything else, but.
So I have a question. Well, I'm perfectly happy to wait on 46, but I have a question on 47, which is, should we be taking a position? It's not a financial article.
Yeah, in my view, no. So we should talk about that. But hold
was,
on, I want to go to 40. I want to do 46 first.
Fine.
So 46 is asking for 75,000. So my preference was to hold, just because the other groups in town that are dealing with trails have not necessarily. Yeah, but I might be interested in hearing what they have to say. Yeah, it seems to me a little premature for us to go on.
But Chris, say they came back and said one way or the other, would we approve an article that asks for a minimum of 75,000? I mean, just the way it's worded alone.
Yeah, well, he can change that, I guess. He also doesn't have a source, right? There's reasons already within the article that you would say no.
Yeah, well, I can wait too, but I feel like I have enough to
vote on it.
Yeah, I do.
What do people think?
I think that this is Peggy. All we're talking about is 75,000 for a study. We are not voting on pro or con for the trail.
Right. Can you speak into a microphone?
Peggy, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I thought I was.
Nope.
I just want to remind us all that we're just talking about the 75,000. We're not voting on our feelings about the trail.
That's right. Correct.
And so, as long as that is clear, I think I'm ready to vote for the 75,000. Article 47, in my opinion, should not be on our agenda at all. Okay. Because, frankly, I'm surprised that the moderator took it, because there is, there's nothing there at all.
It's more of an advisory nature, and it doesn't have financial impact.
It's just a policy chat.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Greg?
Well, it's a reaffirmation of 1995, essentially, right?
Greg? Yep, Greg?
You did point out that Article 46 is not a minimum, or a minimum of 75. When does that number get set? And that point might change our, right? If they came back and changed that number to, 200, some people might say, yeah, do the 75, but 200, no, we're not going to do that. So do we need to wait for that number?
No, we could always, we could always revisit something before town meeting. So if that happened, we could come back. So
he would have to amend it.
We could vote affirmative action at the 75,000 number.
Yeah, we could. That's right. We could do that.
Because the moderator continued.
So anybody else want to?
Wouldn't there have to be an amendment if you wanted to do that? Change
if it changed it dramatically,
and then we'd have to vote on the amendment.
I think the moderator, though, gives the 10% is the limit in which that band can move without becoming out of scope.
Agreed. Right. Yeah. So I guess it couldn't be large. Dean, where are you?
Where am I on what?
You want to
46?
vote on 46 now, or you want to wait?
I could vote on 46 if I.
Okay, Don?
Yeah, I could vote on it. I was going to say that the other thing about it is this is an opening to an unknown, and I would feel much better if it said to spend $75,000 on a project that could be up to $2 million for another paved trail in Concord. But I think we can fill that in, and then with that said, I'm ready to vote.
All right, if people are ready to vote, it sounds like most people are ready to vote. Are you ready to vote on 46? Okay, then we'll vote on 46. Okay. 47, it sounds, we already heard, my view is 47 is not for us to vote on. It doesn't have financial matter. It's in this hearing because the topic overlapped 46, which is why I agreed to take it in the hearing, but I don't view it as within our purview. So I think we would not vote on 47. Not that we vote against it, we won't speak to it.
What is the category we say there, then? It's not no action, it's not...
What do we call it, Dean?
Oh, there
I think we just, you always know what it is. I forget what it is.
No position.
No position.
No position.
No position. We just don't have a position.
Thank you.
Okay, and 48 and 49, I think we're okay on. Yeah. So the only one, if I go back through the list then, that we want to hold is, let's see.
25.
So Chris, before we go back through the list again,
Yep.
I think there's a good number here that we can just put into one consolidated motion.
Yeah,
And there are others where I think we need to pull them out, like
Okay.
46. I think we want to pull that out as a separate vote.
All right. Before we vote, you'll be allowed to. We're still discussing. Is that all right, Ms. Galis? Okay, sure. Okay. So what ones would you want to vote in a group?
Oh.
So if we take the administrative ones, right? So Article 3, Article 8, let's see.
7?
We have 7.
7.
7.
Yeah.
You think 7's, okay. all right.
7, well, I'm just,
7 is $1 million, so
Well,
I don't,
7's
I'm just looking at the.
Why don't we just do it one by one instead of...
okay,
okay, that's
one by
fine.
one. I was trying to save time, but that's all
It's
right.
not,
We'll do
it's
it one
not,
by one.
it's not
Okay.
saving time.
Okay. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. All right, so are we ready? We're going to take some votes now. Everybody ready? Okay.
Discuss.
Oh,
It's 11 o'clock.
Ray has a question, I'm sorry. No, hold on. I'm going to come to you. Ray has a question still.
Question. So if we're agreeing on what we're going to vote on, does that mean we're pretty much going to be unanimously yes? We want to give a unanimous vote?
No, you vote as you vote.
We just have enough information.
Yeah, we just say.
Okay.
We're
Yeah,
ready
you
to
don't have, you
vote.
vote as you vote.
We're
Yeah, you
ready to
as you
vote.
I need someone to record all the votes. Can you do that, Lois, for me to make sure we have a good record of the votes?
Oh, so you want me, all right.
So as we take them, we want to know how many are yes, how many are no, how many abstain, whatever it is. I need a good record of the votes from my clerk.
So do you want us to raise our hand also?
If you're in this room, you're going to raise your hand, and these guys can also raise their hand. We don't need them for the quorum. Is that
But if
correct?
you-
Does anybody have a problem with
Should
that?
Lois sit in the audience so she can see us
Yeah,
raising?
might be good. That might be good. That might be good. Good thinking. Good thinking, there, Dean. Okay. So, did you have any questions, Eric?
Oh, I'm ready.
You're good. Okay. Public comment.
Thank you so much. About Article 46, Ms. Briggs said that you shouldn't vote on your emotions about the trail, and it's the $75,000. You certainly, I agree that you wouldn't vote about your feelings about the trail. However, there was enough information tonight about where that 75,000 is going to lead to, both in Mr. Posner's presentation and in the very messy comment that I made. Nevertheless, I tried to convey that this is towards this other larger project. So you're in essence approving the path to that larger process. About 47, I'm going to implore that you do take a position, because I don't want it to be this orphan article. We were thinking about an article like this one to preserve the trail before Mr. Posner submitted his article to town meeting. We just waited to submit it until the warrant opened rather than before the warrant opened. And it is not a codicil to his article. It is not merely in reaction to his article. It should have probably been heard by the select board, and yet there was also reason to include it in the same hearing. Financially, I think Mark's article might also be helpful in the future, because even if Mr. Posner's article passes, Mark's article, if it passes, if it gets your recommendation, is going to actually save a lot of money if all the adjustments are made in order to, and we don't oppose to adjustments such as drainage, or if the handicapped community, disability community wants to make some adaptations, we respect their wishes. So if there are alterations like that to be made in the future, it will keep it natural, it will keep it away from giant construction projects. It will save us money if we take that path in the future as well. So please vote on Article 47 any way you like, but please vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go through the articles, and we're going to take some votes. Are you ready, clerk? Okay, good. Article 3, I make a motion that, can I make motion?
Yes.
No, I can't? Okay, I can't, all right.
Oh, no,
I'd
you
like
can't.
a
You can't.
motion.
The chair cannot make
Can I have a motion on Article 3?
Done.
Move to approve, move affirmative action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ray? No?
Ray, are you opposed?
Aye.
Okay, all right. We're all set? Now we're good. You tell me, clerk, when you're ready, and I'll go on. Okay, very good. I'll take a motion on Article 7.
Affirmative action on Article 7, use of free cash.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Article 8. Can I have a motion on
Affirmative
Article 8?
action.
Second.
Wait,
She said there was.
there's no motion under this at this time. This is not moving the money around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we should wait on that.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So we will, can you rescind your motion there, mover?
Rescind.
Okay, thank you. We will skip 9. I will take a motion on Article 10. Oh, I'm sorry, pardon me, Article 9. Excuse me.
9.
Move affirmative action, Article 9.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay. I will take a motion on Article 10.
Recommend affirmative action on Article 10.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
Still don't get my sidewalk.
Article 11. I'll take a motion on Article 11.
Move affirmative action on Article 11.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Article 12, I'll take a motion.
Move affirmative action, Article 12.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous on 12. Take a motion on 13.
Affirmative
Recommend
action on 13 and 14?
Good.
Good.
Second.
Good. Okay. All in favor of affirmative action on Articles 13 and 14?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous on 13 and 14. 15 is skipped. Article 24.
That's skipped for now.
Skipped for now. Article 25 is skipped. 26. I'll take a motion on 26, CPC.
I move affirmative action on Article 26.
Second?
Preservation Committee Appropriation
Second.
Recommendations.
Second. I don't want to go faster than the clerk. How are you doing there, clerk?
Your two CPC chairs down here are competing.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous on 26. 27, can we do 27 and 28 together? I will take a motion on 27 and 28.
Move to recommend affirmative action on Articles 27 and 28.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, good, unanimous. Article 46. I will take a motion on Article 46.
I move no action on Article 46.
Second.
Any discussion on 46? Okay. I will take a vote on 46. All in favor of the motion to take no action on Article 46?
Aye.
Recommend
no action.
No action.
Recommend no action.
Okay, is that unanimous, everybody up? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, unanimous on 46. 47, I think we discussed it earlier, I'll discuss it again. My view, this is no position, no position. Second, all in favor?
Aye. Hear what Lois said.
I make a motion that we, no position on Article 47.
Very good.
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye. Aye.
Unanimous? Okay, and 48 and 49, they're not moved, or there are no numbers, so do we wait on those then?
We're good.
We're good. Okay.
Wow, that was,
Good.
well, we only have two.
Yeah, come to a mic, yeah.
So Article 25 is the only one we have left to.
That's
24?
No, the affordable
24
housing.
and 25, we have
Two.
not voted on.
Right.
So of the articles that were discussed, only Articles 24 and 25,
We have not.
we have not taken action on.
Action
Those
on,
are the only
right.
two that remain, okay.
And wait, can I just be clear? 25 is really the 500,000, right?
Yeah,
Got it.
that's really the
Which is
$500,000, right? We
Which
don't know
they're
where it's coming
anticipated,
from.
they're anticipated recovering.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
We have no other items on the agenda, so I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.